CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
We didn't really see that happen. Virgin Gaming picking up team fight win after team fight win, and they're going to cruise to a 2-0 in this matchup.
They are indeed. Look at Hirano in his first game of the PCS trying to keep this going, but Clay, even as he flashes away, maybe actually Clement, it's not over yet. Clay got it all, and Nexus exposed, so the game goes off.
Wait a minute. Really fun, because if they're as we have the engage coming in.
Yeah, rest with the flash. There's hostile takeover. Koala flush for it. It gets berserk. You can see Enzo caught out though as the Realm Warp comes through from mission. Maybe it's delayed time. Maybe it works, but oh my god!
Zoe!
Kong Yuel once again. The kick of legend as J-Team has this fight all over. Koala the last one.
have the right idea, they have a much stronger position if they're fighting 5v5 and, you know, they don't have that magic resistance debuff. But here we go.
Comes the Vex. Pretender looking to delete Lil V, manages to get it. And let's see if they can finish the rest of the fight as Driver holding off the front line here. Kongye not sure where to dash on the pony. Down goes Driver on the Gwen. Enzo next to fall. And just like dominoes, they drop as the...
Especially onto Hana, and that will allow them to survive for a while longer.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though. And there is the kick, the insect back into the ruined prison they go, and oh no, flashed away the shockwave.
Threat time mistimed from Woody. Here comes Leaky with his ulti. He's still running forward. Almost tags Minji, but Beyond have been pulled into this play. Wako knocked up. Beautiful from Hana. And Minji calls this. Beyond decided to die with him.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. Ah, my favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols naked, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glask. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glask, if you value your life.
Renata Glask climbed her way from rags to Chemtech riches, becoming the most powerful Chem Baron in Zon. Now her eyes are set on Pilto, and as a master of persuasion, she knows exactly how to get what she wants.
It's just business.
She's a proactive enchanter who weaves both sides of the battlefield to her command. But whose side is she really on? Her own, of course.
I'll make you kill your loved ones is a more effective threat than any gun.
Welcome to the Renata Glask Champion Spotlight.
We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind.
This boss is used to having the upper hand thanks to her passive leverage. Her basic attacks apply a mark that deals bonus damage, which her allies can detonate, dealing even more damage.
I'll make a killing off of this.
Like any business deal, be sure to choose your targets wisely. Only one can be marked at a time. Her Q, Handshake, sends out a missile that damages and roots the first enemy hit. She can then recast the ability to nudge her competitor in the right direction, which is, of course, whatever direction she chooses. The Hapless Fool damages all enemies hit, and if she throws a champion, those enemies are also stunned.
I said jump!
Put her there! Renata Glask's always willing to lend a hand so long as there's interest. Bailout buffs an ally with increased attack speed and movement speed toward enemies.
You're welcome.
Allies who manage to kill an enemy during the buff will reset its duration.
High-class tech.
If her investment would die while buffed, Bailout grants her ally a fresh, full health bar that quickly decays before finally dying. However, allies that get kills or assists in this decaying state heal and stop the decay, saving their life. This health bar reset won't interrupt channels or abilities, as they don't die just yet, so teammates at death's door can take full advantage of Renata Glask's incentives.
Remember who helped you in your hour of need.
With her E loyalty program, Renata Glask fires a missile that detonates at the end of its path, damaging and slowing all enemies encountered.
Your value's dropped.
Similarly, allies affected by this missile receive a shield. Better sign up, this deal won't last forever.
I'm a giver.
With her ultimate, Hostile Takeover, Renata Glask sends out a cloud of toxic chemicals. Enemies caught in the fumes succumb to her influence and go berserk. While berserk, their attack speed increases and they'll attack the closest target, starting with their own teammates.
Don't think, just do.
If other enemies aren't around, they'll go up the chain of command, starting with Renata Glask's allies and ending with herself. Everybody wants to be my enemy. In the early game, Renata Glask should rely on leverage to punish poor positioning and help her lane partner, win trades.
Make them pay.
Create opportunities for kills with slows, roots, and pulls that dominate the market. If you chain your CC, you'll win the fight before it's even begun.
Ready to take control.
Teammates need a bailout? No problem. Rescue your assets at the right time and you can always turn a fight around.
A worthy investment.
But stay away from risky investments. For what Renata Glask boasts in Engage, she lacks in mobility and escapes. So wait for the right moment to secure the deal, and you can watch Renata Glask's enemies destroy themselves.
Time to make some new business partners.
Set up plays for your team with opportune buffs, shields, and roots. And when they've succeeded, make sure you take all the credit.
I'll bill you later.
Don't underestimate the pull of Renata Glask. One way or another, you'll be working for her eventually. Ready to invest in the Cam Baroness? Check out the links below.
Ambition isn't greed.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We didn't really see that happen. Freaking Gaming picking up teamfight win after teamfight win, and they're going to cruise to a 2-0 in this matchup.
They are indeed. Look at Hirano in his first game of the PCS trying to keep this going, but Clay even as he flashes away. Maybe actually, Clement, it's not over yet. Clay got it all, and Nexus exposed, so the game goes off.
Wait a minute. Really fun, because if they're as we have the engage coming in.
Yeah, rest with the flash. There's hostile takeover. Koala flash for it. It gets berserk. You can see. Enzo caught out though as the realm will come through from mission. Maybe it delayed time. Maybe it worked. But oh my God!
Zoe!
Kong Yuel once again. The kick of legend. as J-Team had this fight all over. Koala, the last one.
Have the right idea, they have a much stronger position if they're fighting 5v5 and, you know, they don't have that magic resistance debuff. But here we go.
Comes the Vex. Pretender looking to delete Lil V, manages to get it. And let's see if they can finish the rest of the fight as Driver holding off the front line here. Kongye not sure where to dash on the pony. Down goes Driver on the Gwen. Enzo next to fall. And just like dominoes, they drop as the...
Especially onto Hana. And that will allow them to survive for a while longer.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though. And there is the kick, the insect back into the rune prison they go. And oh no, flash away the shockwave.
Threat time missed time from Woody. Here comes Leaky with his ulti. He's still running forward. Almost tags Minji, but Beyond have been pulled into this play. Wako knocked up. Beautiful from Hana. And Minji calls this. Beyond decided to die with him.
Why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
All too familiar with pain, all too familiar with pride. I've been on my knees 6 but gotten up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
This world is won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of
And welcome everybody once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We are looking to close out our week number 5, getting so close to playoffs. We can almost taste it. Hey everybody, I'm Pyrotechnics and I'm joined on this broadcast by Nightstar for this wonderful evening. Oh, it is going to be so good. We've got some great games, especially right up there in the front, Nightstar, but before we get to talk about them, I do want to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making PCS possible. Also, big shout-outs to our broadcast organizers and partners, Riot Games, Carry Live, and Renata. All right, Nightstar, we've got a lot to talk about, and also some stuff to recap from yesterday, because some interesting games happened for sure.
Yeah, we definitely had a couple of interesting results, also in the manner of how they came about, but most notably is, of course, that last game where Beyond were able to find the upset against CFO and really continue CFO's downward slump, and BYG, they're actually trending upwards very, it's getting a little bit scary, because BYG, if they can get hot, this is one of those deadly teams in playoffs you do not want to face, because when they streak, they really streak.
Yeah, late games, late split surge is something to watch out for, and we know that Mega Bank Beyond Gaming can do some pretty incredible things. I think that is a squad that is a little hard to figure out at the moment. And one of the other things that you mentioned, the head scratcher, has been this somewhat downward trend of the once dominant Flying Oyster squad. They have still a very strong core. They've rotated out an AD carry for another. I think Shun has looked pretty good in his 2 games, and I wonder if they will continue to stick with him. But there's a lot of questions that still need answering. But what we don't have any questions for is what happened yesterday, because we're taking a look at the results right now as we see everything on the screen. PSG, of course, beating Deep Cross Gaming to extend their win streak all the way to 13. They've only lost 1 game. The more things change, the more they stay the same, it seems. After that, Impunity beat Hurricane, J-Team beat Meta Falcon Team, and then, as you mentioned, the Battle of the Banks Part 2 was won by Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, who now hold that 2-0 record over CFO. That's also big.
Yeah, it does mean that they're going to have side selection advantage if those 2 teams in particular are tied for the end of the split. While they will still have to play a tiebreaker, Beyond Gaming will have a slight advantage when it comes to that game.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Let's take a look at our standings, too, because as PSG are on the top, we do see some of these placements starting to solidify. Deep Cross at the number 2 position. Don't expect them to drop too far, and don't let that loss fool you. That was just against PSG Talon. Of course, J-Team. Honestly, I kind of am surprised that they've managed to make it as high up as they have, because they didn't look like the strongest of the J-Team cinematic universe coming into this split. But they have looked better than CFO, and I think they've even given Deep Cross a bit of a run for their money. I think also other teams have been taking them a bit for granted. You can't give Uniboy Zoe. You just can't do it.
There are a couple of illegal things you just can't do in this league. We've seen teams try again to be like, you know, we'll be the team that breaks Uniboy Zoe down. But it just hasn't happened. So teams just have to realize that, and especially in a best-of-5 scenario, it just has to go away.
Yeah, let's take a look at our matches for today. We are starting off with an absolute banger. CFO taking on PSG Talon to see if they can upset the apple cart. This is more likely than not, in my mind, one of, if not the toughest opponents that PSG will have to face in the regular season yet. They have 1 more game outstanding with Beyond to try and get that 1-1 tie-up and round out a 17-1 split. It's very, very possible. The rest of the teams they face way down at the bottom of the table. But CFO today, I think this is still going to be a big test. They still have a strong squad, and we'll see if they are able to get it done. We also have another interesting matchup in the middle of the table between Meta Falcon Team and Frank Esports. That one I've certainly got my eye on.
Yeah, both of these teams can clinch playoffs today. Impunity also another team that can clinch at least a playoff slot. And, you know, for MFT and Impunity, they also do need Hurricane Gaming to lose, but it's not exactly out of the realm of possibility given that Hurricane Gaming are taking on Deep Cross. So, really, it's about win and get in for Frank Esports. For MFT and Impunity, it's win and pretty much get in.
Just about lock it up. I mean, we can talk about playoff lock scenarios pretty early in our split, just because it is top 8 teams that make it in, will get a chance to prove themselves in those best ofs. And I do think some of those things you were talking about with the likes of Beyond Gaming, and also teams like Deep Cross, who have shown a lot of incredible diversity in champion picks, in compositions. I think those are the teams that can really start to upset the apple cart here as we start to see what these new squads in the PCS can bring to bear. But let's start off with our first game of the night. CTBC Flying Oyster looking to turn things back around for themselves, swapping in their AD carry. Atlan is out, Shun is in. So far, he's only played the Xayah, but he's looked pretty darn good on it, and I think that this is a squad that is looking to try and disrupt the power core that is PSG Talent.
Yeah, and I think the Xayah pick, while Atlan could probably play it, it wouldn't be as nearly effective because Atlan has been more of the sit back, I'll play weak side sort of bot laner, whereas the Xayah pick right now in this current meta with the lethality form, you have to get more out of the lane phase. You have to hard punish the enemy laner with this champion, and I think Shun is probably more accustomed to that playstyle, having more solo queue experience rather than competitive experience. You know, hasn't quite tasted that same sort of competitive edge yet.
I'll see if he's able to change it. I also like he's got quite a poker face, too. He can give Unified a run for his money. And now on the opposite side, we do have PSG Talon, the reigning champions, looking to put together another incredible run here in the spring split. Hanabi, Juhan, Bei, Unified, and Kaiwing. And it does seem like if there is a point of attack, it's got to be that mid-jungle, just because they're the newest players. They're still slotting into the team. They've looked great, but if you have to ask who's the weakest, air quotes, weakest mechanically, it's probably those two.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. I love how Juhan has read the map, but when it comes to some of these micro mechanics, he has come short. So if it's anywhere for CFO, it has to be the mid jungle. You have Mission, you have Gemini, very, very skilled players. So that's going to be the highlight matchup. It is going to be our junglers here. And I mean, Juhan has been a little bit more active on the map, but that's not it to say that CFO don't lack power. It's just not quite as much power as PSG. PSG clearly on another level, but some of the stats, like for CFO, they have the fastest game time in our league, Pyra, but at the same time, they're 6th in first blood rate, which means they aren't actively active to attack early on.
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues, right? Is that this is a team that has been winning a lot of games because they just like outlane, they can bully their opponents, but they're not going for those coordinated kills. And I do think that you looked at the first blood percentage for Gemini, also pretty low compared to Juhan. I don't think he's really that big of a ganking jungler, and I feel like you've got to try to be more active and proactive on the map, right? If you want to beat PSG, that's a necessity. But we're in picks and bans, and we have all 6 already on the board. A pretty big mid lane Syndra ban thrown Mission's way. It makes a lot of sense. The Gwen, of course, always going to be contested between these two. And the Xayah banned against PSG. Unified's had so many bans thrown his way. They're going to give him the chance to try and handshake on the Aphelios, but I kind of feel like Unified would almost prefer to play like the Jhin or something. We'll see.
The Jinx locked in here for CFO. It makes sense that they would go ahead ban away the Xayah in that regard, because it is sort of just a flavor of the month champion that's really dominating that matchup. And for PSG, they do get their hands onto the Rise. We haven't seen Bei's Rise in a while just because it's been denied away from him. So they go ahead, open up with the Xin Rise, which is sort of the next best thing to a Hecarim Rise combination. Plenty of tempo included and a lot of mid-game power. But CFO, we've seen them play 2 back-to-back games of Galio Mission, and it looks like it's going to be a third. So they've taken what I mentioned earlier and just said, no, we'll just try and match global pressure here against this Rise. So I'm not sure if I like that, but surely an early Tom Kench is not going to come through.
Yeah, I am hearing some Some disappointment in the voice of Unite Star. This is starting to look like they're falling into a bit of a trap. And I do have a silver lining for you, a little stat, little fun fact.
Okay.
Rise is the only champion Bay has a loss on. So there, take that. Ha. No, it's. I mean, Rise and Xin Zhao are like the most comfortable duo for these two, and Unified's like, yeah, sure, I'll play Aphelios, whatever. PSG are getting everything they're happy with this game, even if maybe they'd prefer some different champions.
Yeah, so champions-wise, PSG get what they wanted. The Aphelios, of course, is Unified's most comfortable champion remaining. So going into the second phase, again, the interesting part is we seem to over-prioritize the Tahm Kench in PCS right now, and that also means surely we see double support bans coming in from CFO to make sure this Tahm Kench does not get hard punished. But the moment you allocate a ban towards the top lane, it just means like this Tahm Kench is going to get taken advantage of. There's no doubt in my mind we're going to see either a Renata pick, which is insane against Galio too, because you're funneling in and then you're just going to get hit by the takeover. So it has to be that ban here on second rotation. Otherwise, for PSG, you can save it for last pick, but knowing how the compositions are right now, you should just go ahead, lock it at R4.
Oh, they banned the Leona, which has been Kaiwing's most played, but I'm starting to be a little more convinced by the Renata. Meanwhile, PSG have opted to ban two pretty Gemini-centric champions. I mean, the Lee Sin all over the place in this league. Doesn't really matter the year, of course. But I was hoping to see that picked up. Yeah, and so is Rakan. But Diana could be a big one for Gemini, but it is still like a fast 6, right?
Yeah, but because you have the Galio, it's not like you have a heavy magic damage dealer in that mid lane, so you need to find some sort of magic damage to help even things out. Diana would make the most sense in that regard. If you want to go super early game, you could try the Elise. That's also still Jarvan, a champion that's possible, and it gives you a lot of early game tempo to try and capitalize, and gives you a lot of dive power in that mid jungle combination. But it looks like they're considering a Graves jungle.
Okay, yeah, with the Camille locked in, you've kind of got the makings of a bit of like a wombo combo, like superhero slam down that we saw MFT doing. With the Graves lock in, that is a lot of AD on CFO's side.
Yeah, that is going to be a concerning thing just to follow in the game, but obviously they have clear power points because they have the Camille Galio combination, so their mid game can be incredibly dangerous. But for PSG, like, you're comfortable taking even a Renekton into the Camille matchup because while both of these champions have been nerfed, you can still play it, but you can also play the Gangplank, which just rounds out this composition very, very well. Very hard to dive a Gangplank ultimate once that gets thrown down in a team fight. So I love the setup coming from PSG, and I really favor their composition over the likes of CFO.
Yeah, they got some good globals to play with, and I feel like Kanabi is just always so in his comfort zone. He's getting to play things like the Gnar Blind. The Gangplank is the other champion he'll just take into whatever matchup, and you know, it just feels like free real estate, free plunder.
Yeah, and again, I don't really like the early Tahm Kench lock-in, just because of the fact that it offers and allows the other side to pick something like a Rakan, which is weak in lane. But if you get out of lane, there's so much more you can do in these team fights, and that's exactly kind of what happens here. So I don't like how things transpired with that CFO draft. So I do give heavy favorites over to PSG, but if you're going to attack, like, I feel like it has to be this top side because you have the Camille, you have the Galio. If you can get snowballing here, then it can definitely make things dangerous for the Aphelios.
No, that's true. And if you are going to try and dive somebody, I mean, pre-6 Gangplank is still fairly squishy. Obviously, he'll be able to sustain throughout the regular 1v1. We expect Grasp of the Undying to come in. but it is always possible, and CFO do have the ability to make moves quickly around the map. I am a little bit surprised that these are the final champions. We see them rounding out. I'm a little bit worried that they won't have enough damage, and it's fairly easy to itemize against. But you know what? We'll see. CFO had a really hot start here, and if they could end PSG's dominating streak of 13 wins, that would be something to talk about for sure. But we will see if the Flying Oyster can fly high, or if they're going to be a sour shellfish by the end of this one. Let's take a look at our runes and masteries. It is the Predator Galio once again, so Mission can be a speedy boy.
I like the Predator Galio a lot more here, just because you're not really worried about getting all-ins by a rise. So Predator makes a lot more sense. Allows you to possibly gank one of these sides a lot earlier than they would expect, and that should be a really big snowballing point for the side of CFO Gemini. Walking in, trying to scout out the wars, but he does miss the one by red buff.
We've seen this one before get completely ignored. Gets one deep over the side of the red pit, so at least they can have eyes on Juhan as this one begins. I'm not entirely certain if he saw that, but apart from some more placements, yeah, if he cares to use it.
Which, he'll probably just wipe it out.
There we go.
So he gets himself an extra 10 gold. Yeah, for PSG, it's about trying to neutralize that early game, because you know Predator Galio can hit hard early on and possibly gank one of these sides. Once you hit level 6, you're going to be a lot more comfortable playing the game, even though there's still that wombo potential coming in from a Camille Galio combination.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them try to pull that one off. It does require some coordination, and you know, we have been saying that one of the issues we're starting to see with this CFO side is they're a little reliant on getting those early leads out of laning phase, not necessarily even like ganking and even killing people early, but then just don't seem to have as much of a good time with the double engage plays. There we go. Nice catch on the taunt. Base taken very low, and Juhan is going to come forward to try and defend. They don't get the kill, but they do burn the flash for free, and that's a good start. So throw out everything I just said, Nightstar, because that was good coordination to kick things off.
Yeah, and we also missed it in the itemization, in the fact that Mission, he's just gone straight for boots. So he didn't go for Adorn's Ring or Corrupting Potion. He just went for Refillable and Tier 1 boots, just to make sure he has that Predator available to take right off the bat, and he makes the gank happen. Phase forced to flash. That is massive for the side of CFO, and they'll also be able to isolate this bottom half of the map with this vertical jungle setup. So the consequences are, well, now you kind of put this Rakan on notice. You make sure this Tom Kench doesn't get punished as hard, as now they're actually looking to possibly try and dive Bay.
Gemini just holding onto the wave here. That means Bay can't rely on any minions. Good taunt. Does he have enough damage? Justice Punch in first blood. Kaiwing, what are you doing? Koala followed him all the way here, and that's going to be 2. What did you say, Nightstar? Attack the mid jungle.
Yeah, and Bay, I mean, his positioning isn't all that bad. You just don't expect the level 3 dive to come through, right? Especially mid lane, when it is a very short lane, the minions are going to come in, and it's hard to force a dive in that situation. Now, Rest, though, if he overextends, he could get possibly caught out by Juhan, but I think he's able to sort of fake the pressure in that instance, and perhaps say, hey, I might have my own jungler coming in, and if that's the 2v2, it could go wrong because you do have Ignite onto this Camille.
That's part of the map awareness you've got to have. Of course, Rest, a very experienced player. So is Hanabi, though. Got to be a little careful there as he is starting to fall a little down into CS. Meanwhile, let's take a look at that replay again. After the initial kill, Kaiwing goes roaming. He's spotted out by Koala, and he just gets himself pincered.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where, like, you want to roam mid to try and help out, because you see the jungler showing there, but he ends up just getting pincered because of his pathing. So really nice play coming in from CFO, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from them. We just didn't expect Mission to really control the game with this Galio pick, because against BYG, it was very underwhelming, and you could say maybe it was because it was against the Akali of Minji.
Possibly. Now we'll have to see if Shun can actually survive here. Forced to flash, but followed by Unified and Kaiwing, and they just take him out in the 2v2, and Koala should be able to walk away on the Tahm Kench. Meanwhile, got a little bit of a tussle in the jungle here as Juhan and Bei combo up. Extra damage onto Mission, wins the war, just barely dodged. Gemini going to dash forward, get some extra hits with the end of the line. Mission is a pretty speedy boy, not just because of the Predator here, Nightstar. After that kill, he spent that money on a nice pair of boots. He's got his Sork shoes already.
Sork shoes get some decent trade damage, of course, with the extra pen, and it's not going to be, of course, as helpful in just shoving out the wave because it doesn't give you AP or any of that, but it will help out in these trades, which is exactly what they are looking for. You also look at the itemization coming in from the Graves. He has a Dirk, so the trade and fighting power provided by these two in particular is very, very high.
Yeah, they're going to try to keep PSG at arm's length here as the Hextech Drake is in sight for Gemini and Koala. You do see Shun, though he does have no summoners, is holding on pretty well. Should be able to rotate up here to help take it. And a really good push established by CFO. Gold pretty much dead on even at the 2-to-1 kill score, and Koala doing a great job of zoning as they ping out Kaiwing. Should be enough to grab this dragon. It's a little bit dangerous of a game to play as Gemini has been tanking it quite a lot here, but the smite is right. So they will be able to pick up that dragon early, and the prio in mid and bot pays off for Flying Oyster.
Yeah, now Gemini in a pretty good spot, all things considered. Gets his team that dragon and gets that scuttle. A stat for the side of CFO, they are actually first when it comes to first dragon percentage, sitting at 79%. So they do prioritize that bottom side of the map, trying to get that first dragon more often than not. And that tends to be one of their win conditions. Just try and play for those 4 dragon stacks. Whereas on the flip side for PSG, they love to focus that Herald, right? So first Herald percentage for them is at 79%. So we'll look for PSG to make a play towards that area. Whereas on the flip side, CFO, they only have a 57%. So they prioritize that much, much less.
Yeah, it does. It is a little interesting to see how these two different teams operate on the sides of the map. We talked about how coming into this game, the expectation of the hope was that they try and snowball off that top side on the CFO side, but instead it's been the opposite. And you do see a pretty significant CS differential, Hanabi over the Camille, but it seems like Rest is perfectly happy to just sit there and trade tit for tat. Keep in mind, he does have the combat summoners with that Ignite Camille going in. It's going to be all about that combo, but you got to be careful. You don't want to give up the Ghost and allow PSG to take that early Herald. Juhan now rotating up that way, and Bei fully in plain vision, so this should be spotted out by Rest, but the dive may come in anyways.
Yeah, they could either look for just this blue buff or look to try and attack that top side. Of course, they do have the Realm Warp, but once Mission does pop that Predator, it makes it very easy for him to just gap close all the way towards that top lane. So
yeah,
the moment Predator does get popped, you also gain movement speed when you're moving towards enemy champions, so you can almost kind of scout things out as well, because if you're gaining move speed, it means enemy champions are somewhat near.
Yeah, he's kind of putting on his best Udyr impression, right? You know, just start running at somebody and just boogly, 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 hope they run away.
But now, possible attempt down bot side.
That's a 2-level differential. I don't think Mission's afraid of anything at this point. Gemini actually starting Herald with the help of Rest soon. This is in full sight, but actually with a great timing window, there's nothing PSG can do about this.
Yeah, and the side of CFO, they understand what
oh boy,
the side of PSG want to make happen is dive this bottom lane.
Yeah. Oh, good night, sweet Jinx. Shun just gets completely annihilated. Koala, though, he turns 1. Can they get more now that Mission's in, clearing the wave away? Koala trying to hang on. Great health, not a whole lot there, but they've stiff-armed Kaiwing, Bei, and Unified. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
That is a fantastic start coming in from CFO, able to trade out. They get more gold onto Gemini here. He can throw down the Rift Herald if he wants and get solo plate gold. In this setup, you want Gemini to get a lot of the gold because he is playing that Graves, and Graves, of course, one of those champions that we've seen a lot more in the solo lanes because you can get more resources. You get more access that way, but If you are just kind of given some lane EXP coming in from mid lane, that will also help considerably as well. Now, if we take a look at where things stand between the lanes, we can see Hanabi's done a very good job top side, even against an Ignite top laner. But this mid jungle, which we highlighted pre-game, that's been really the shining light for CFO still.
Yeah, that's been massive right now. You see that PSG executing what looked to be a pretty solid dive down bottom to try and deny Shun even more presence in the lane, but he's managed to hold his own because they got the kill back. It did land into Koala's pockets, so it means that that gold is on the support rather than AD carry. But Mission is really the one running the tables here, and he really has to. It's a very active, very global presence mission that I don't think we really got to see in the Beyond Gaming match. I don't know what he's been eating, but it's certainly doing a lot better.
Yeah, I feel like Mission's trying to take more of the shot calling role for the team here. And you look at how many times he's tried to fake pressure or actually make these roams to cover these sides. He's still up in CS, Pyra. Like, it is nuts to do this on a Galio. You're up 20 CS on Galio, and you're still just roaming insanely well.
Yeah, Mission's getting a lot done. I think he might be cheating a little bit because he's taken a bit of jungle tax, but that's okay. It still counts. Gemini's been able to make up for it in his own lane. Speaking of Gemini, he does have his Eclipse already. One of the advantages of going for that lethality build, you can get your Mythic a bit faster. And it looks like a bit of a dance kind of is turning into Koala getting collapsed on, and that is a good quickness from Kaiwing. It's only going to catch the one. Shun going to try and cover their escape here with the Flame Chompers, but Koala will still go down. And the decisive movement from PSG nets them a quick kill, should allow them to take this Drake uncontested.
Now, they'll look for Drake here, and I think Gemini, he should just look to book it straight towards that top lane because he's seen that Hanabi has made his way down here, and you can get that Rift Herald just plop down top lane and should be able to destroy that tower up top side. Mission as well, trying to cut off any early rotations or anyone trying to cut through, but it will just be them settling for this red buff. I'd still like for them to try and force their way up top side, and it looks like Gemini's just going to forego the red buff. Or actually, no, he did, I think, get the smite, so he's going to get that, but now Unified in trouble.
Okay, this is actually really good right now. Koala can take it up.
Is he in trouble?
Look at the damage he's dishing out here! Rocket gonna go at point blank, but Shun has to flash the heal. Does he have the damage? Unified's gonna flash away. Oh dear. Shun couldn't get it done with Koala sacrificing, and meanwhile, CFO don't get the Herald drop.
Oh, man. I mean, Gemini, he has to put it down now because it's just about to time out.
Yeah,
but this is really massive mismanagement of resources here. Like, you had the opportunity to cash in a lot harder, but they got a little bit greedy, I think, saying, you know what, we want the full tower instead of just settling for what we can, and now you get the same amount of gold regardless, but you've done it a little bit later. And down in that bottom lane, it's just Tom Kench is not it. But
no, it's not just that.
Unified had red-white, and that's the perfect guns to try and 1v2, especially when one of them is a melee support.
Well, here's the other issue too. You shouldn't be dropping a Jinx rocket at point blank range. By the time it charges up, you do more damage with the minigun.
That can also be said as well.
A little bit of a rookie mistake there from Shun, but I mean, unfortunately, that is the outplay from the highly experienced PSG bot, and it does mean that the momentum swings a little bit. PSG get themselves in the gold lead. It is a dragon apiece. That Herald did not get nearly as much gold as they would have liked. All the same, Gemini's still a pretty big threat here. Has the Serrated Dirk on top of the Eclipse now, and Rest has got his Divine Sunderer, but it is critically behind Hanabi's Triforce, so we'll see if he's going to be able to catch back up on the farm game. He has been down about 20 CS for a little while now.
And more importantly here, even with Mission doing everything he's been doing, CFO are only dead even, and this is a composition that you'd like to get snowballed early on because you do know Galio is going to drop off when it comes to the damage department. Also, just because he is running, of course, the Everfrost, more about utility coming out from the champion rather than pure damage. And for the side of PSG, yes, you might lack some magic damage yourself later on coming in from the Rise, but once you get tanky like that, there's really no way for CFO to get past this. You know, you're getting that frozen heart, you're getting a whole lot of armor. I don't see a large issues for the tank Rise, but there will always be concerns when I see tank Rise.
I know you've always got concerns. Like I said, it's the only champion Bay's lost on, so something must be wrong, right? You know, that's how stats work.
Yes,
another
absolutely.
Herald does go the way of CFO, though. Maybe they can get something more for it. The issue is they lose bot tower completely to a free push from Unified, and now they're going to bring Mission down there. Teleport still in his pocket, but it's not a massive edge when PSG are just playing that much better right now. And yeah, I'm curious to see where the second Rift drops because they need to get more value out of it than they did the first.
And for the side of PSG, this is just what they do well at. It's just out-rotating the other team. CFO, this has been a clear weak point for them. It has been lane allocations and just trying to move around the map and keeping up with their opponents. So, a bit of a mismatch when it comes to styles in this mid-game. But it will be key to just try and keep track of how much PSG are able to get before, of course, that key dragon fight, which will happen either on this next one or I would expect to see on the one after.
Right. Cloud Rift, of course, going to be the one to contest for. Neither team built up a Drake stack thanks to the swing that PSG were able to get down bot. So it does mean that we could be in for a long game when it comes to the Drakes if one of these two teams doesn't end up snowballing it out. Pretty good vision control here for PSG down bot river. See if they're going to be able to keep that one up, but there is a big push topside from two members of CFO. If Hanabi can hold on to it, Gemini would want to drop this one and see if they can get the dive in. We haven't really seen too many Hextech ultimatums here. That's just going to be the tack sweep in the end of the line. Forces out Hanabi's flash. You have to think they're pretty happy with that, but it does open an opportunity for PSG to grab the dragon, uncontested. Timewing on the roam, he dashes to safety, and we wash, rinse, and repeat.
Yeah, usually you do want to, of course, play towards dragon if you need to find that big team fight, but we know CFO, they love to just kind of wait for things to play out here. So they've gone ahead, given up that next dragon, and now they're going to look towards contesting the more important dragon because of just how far behind their Jinx currently is, and that is their main win condition, even though you do have this wombo combo potential of the ultimatum into Hero's entrance.
We haven't seen it just yet, though, and if they can get the drop on, that would help. Navi has no flash, so that's going to be the jump in. Trying to get it flash forward. Gemini looking for it. Hanabi wanted the outplay, but Gemini blows him away. And that is going to be the end of that. Should be the Herald pop here, but maybe not, because everyone else from PSG is coming to the rescue and trying to clean things up.
Oh, the collapse is coming in pretty fast here as Juhan.
Gemini.
I mean, he's got position on to Gemini, so Gemini just... Yeah, he is definitely known.
Yeah, but
his team's
looks
here.
Like the rest of the team is going to be able to cover for him. Juhan actually ends up having to pop the Crescent card to stay alive in that. Bay covering the mid. I really want to see Gemini try to find the value out of this. You'd see the push Mission is doing on the bot. A big wave of minions here. PSG just so much faster to the punch. They're having a hard time getting the edge, but Kaiwing looks like they are going to be able to cut off the movement, so Bay is going to be the only one here able to defend. And you have to think this tower is going down on this push if Mission wants it. We're going to take a look at the replay again up top. Rest, really good positioning on Hanabi. No flash. Gemini burns his. Just secures the kill. Probably wasn't necessary, but it was stylish.
More than enough damage to burst people out in that situation. Unified will expend his ultimate to trade for Koala's ult. So, you know, pretty, I would say, worthwhile trade for the side of PSG because it is, of course, Philios, and if you don't have the correct gun setup, namely Gravitum, the Moonlight Vigil is really just a big damage ultimate rather than utility focused.
Right. Oh, definitely key to use that one there when you can get the chance. Now, with the outer tower just a smidge from being knocked over, CFO do have a chance to really open up a lot more map control as the game starts to shift towards Baron in the next couple of minutes. The next Cloud Dragon will spawn, so they've got a bit of a swing. The question is, what can they do with it?
Yeah, the next ring will be key for the side of the CFO. I don't know if Shun will be able to hit that Phantom Dancer in time. 2.5 minutes to go, but for Unified, he's going to be able to complete that Bloodthirster next. That should give him a little bit more sustainability in these fights, and it's important, like, PSG don't have to do a whole lot to be able to win these fights because it's about denying that first reset, and as long as you build a little bit of armor or defensive build path wise, I think they're really set up for success. But at the very least, CFO do have gold advantage coming into this next fight, and Rest, while it is getting collapsed upon, he knows what's going on, so he will be able to get out scot-free.
Ooh, Gemini going to try and chase down Unified. Does throw down the end of the line, but the rest of the cavalry's arrived. Gemini's in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, Shun's going to have to throw out the Flame Chompers, so they do manage to get that mid tower. It was already pretty much dead anyways. And they've got an inside track to rotate down river, but no dragon just yet, so it's not going to do them a whole lot of good. I do think that CFO's... the answer they seem to have found here, Nightstar, to having a hard time with the 5v5 and the reset denial is to just not take the 5v5. They're just trying to be in 3 lanes at once with the 1-3-1.
Yeah, and I mean, at the same time, we haven't seen them cleanly play it out with this style yet. So it is a little bit refreshing to see them being able to adapt a bit. And at the very least, it does seem like they've learned from, I would assume, their VOD review of last night and how poorly that went, and that they reevaluated and said, you know what? Let's play it this way, because we know PSG, they're a very well-coordinated team. Our coordination, not quite there yet. How can we come up with a plan to deal with that sort of approach? And I think this approach makes a lot of sense right now. Interestingly enough, Hanabi went for the Hull Breaker on very surprising champion. So Gangplank taking the Hull Breaker, not the...
You know, I've watched this item be built on so many champions, Nightstar. I've been watching LCS as well, and they just think it's great on anything. So who knows? Maybe it is the universal answer to life, the universe in top lane. It's Hullbreaker.
It is right now on this current patch. Won't be the answer on 12.5, but currently PSG occupying mid lane. And I think PSG are just going to try and threaten this Baron in exchange for Cloud Dragon. So CFO, they claim the Cloud, but PSG, more importantly, avoid the big Wombo fight potential at this next breakpoint. So once more, we're going to wait for, I think, the next Dragon Pyra.
Yeah, we're going to be in a bit of a waiting game. But, I mean, I like that CFO are the ones that are driving the tempo. Shun is stepping a little far forward. You got to be careful. That was dangerous, but nobody decided to push on that one. It was a really good stiff arm from CFO to deny any chance of engaging on the Dragon. I think they're okay with not having the big Wombo fight go off if they still get the objective. They can grab this one on the top, and now Hanabi is getting dove into the Hextech Ultimatum straight to the top. Not much he can do about that, and honestly, really good catch and execution from CFO.
Yeah, Hanabi just out a little bit too far at that moment. You know, against the combination of Camille Galio, a dive's very easy to execute, even with the extra resistances coming in from Hullbreaker, because you are running the Lucidity boots. You're not getting extra durability from your boot selection. So for CFO to get yet another pick there, and this is where things could possibly get tricky, because PSG also, you know, you are going tank rise, so damage profile in that regard is relatively comparable when you look at these mid lanes. You might even say that Galio has more damage at this point because if you look at the itemization, he's getting more power and oomph from these current items than Bay is from his current items.
I think you're right. It does limit some of PSG's damage potential if you are able to isolate and shut down Hanabi. That's one less side lane to worry about. And you start to look at who are the other damage threats on PSG. I mean, you're looking at the likes of an Aphelios, but he's still only sitting on Gale Force Bloodthirster at the moment. So he's not quite hit that 200-year status. And meanwhile, you want your Jinx to get to that point too, but you have other damage dealing threats. You have the Mission Rest combo. You know that if they catch you on the side lane, it's still going to be just as deadly as if you get Wombo comboed on any of the other lanes. Plus Gemini, of course, on the armor pen too. He's starting to move himself a little bit more forward in his build. Now has the Serpent's Fang complete.
Serpent's Fang, very interesting, and of course reduces the amount of shielding to come out on the side of PSG. That's going to help out against Bloodthirster. Also going to help out against the Recon Kit. Also will help out against the Thimblewinter on the Rise. So actually a really intelligent buy here coming in from CFO. And at this point in time, for the side of PSG, this might be an over...
A little bit. Yeah, Gemini's here. Let's see how that goes. The quickness comes through. Actually, it's PSG that overstep a little bit here, and Shun playing well around the boundaries. A good collapse. They should be able to walk it out, though, as Juhan had the Crescent Strike active, so a bit of touch and go there. But CFO understanding their limits well, and this is a big improvement even over yesterday, Nightstar.
This is what we want to see from CFO, right? Because this team is just so darn skilled that it is almost inexcusable for them to take as many losses as they have in that second half. And the second round robin, they're looking for their first win against one of the top half teams. It would be very surprising for them to come out with this win, but it would be a much welcomed win for the side of CFO.
And it would be a very surprising one for the league. So far, we have been talking up PSG Talon as an unstoppable juggernaut because that's what they've looked like. Not necessarily because they just outlane all their opposition. They out-rotate, but this time they're the ones getting out-rotated. Mission just able to take down Kaiwing, and in comes Koala to the rescue, but who's rescuing who? Blast Cone popped, Shun covering the escape as the Moonlight Vigil does come through, and into the belly of Tom Kenshi goes. PSG trying to find the answer kill, but meanwhile, look on the side lanes, Nightstar. It's free real estate for Rest.
Yeah, Rest able to get a lot done down towards that bottom lane. And PSG unable to trade for their support. So PSG now put firmly on the back foot because it is now a 5k gold differential. And CFO is just full court press approach. Just push all these lanes really, really hard. And Mission, like, he is really flexing this mid difference at the moment. And Unify tries to get one back, gets the lockdown onto Shun, but Claws there gets the devour, and not only that, it expends 2 flashes there. So Bay won't have his flash, does have a ghost going into this next fight, but more importantly, Unified doesn't have flash himself. So CFO, of course, with this full court press, they have access to the dragon because the waves are just so shoved up mid and bottom. And for PSG, now it's really time for them to flex those brain cells, because that's what they've been really, really good at, even in a couple of these losing positions, namely against J Team, where they were behind last week, that they were still able to find that one big fight to transition into a Baron and the win. Hanabi caught out though.
Yeah, this is going to be the Hextech ultimatum into
Pain
the Galio
train.
drop. It's going to be Kaiwing to the rescue. Oh, flash away. And do they get baited out? Rest is going down here. Flashing back his Mission. That's PSG on the charge. They've got 2 on the overextension. They want more. Juhan into the Crescent Guard. Koala's going to go ahead and swallow up Shun, but I don't know if it's going to do enough here to save the life. Flash is burned across the way into Rune Prison. Gemini goes, and they take him out on the overload. CFO headed for the hills, and I don't believe it. Everybody from PSG wins and lives at the end.
Yeah, and more importantly, they killed Gemini, so they can turn straight for this Baron if they want, because they have the jungler advantage. That's exactly what they're going to do. And I don't think CFO can do a single thing about it. They don't have the Jinx Rocket, and if you go ahead and face check as the AD carry and supports, it's only going to be a bad time. So PSG, they get a huge capitalization. This is exactly what we were calling for. It doesn't come from them out macroing CFO. It's more like PSG, they don't exactly have a ton of ground to cover to protect their own base. So the rotation's just faster coming in to help out Hanabi.
This is Kaiwing. He absolutely saves the life of Hanabi there, and then the cavalry arrives. PSG are just faster on the map, and before they knew what hit them, CFO were losing members left and right, and this is the clutch factor that Gemini, they immediately recognize the smite threat, turn for him, ignore Shun, that's fine. He can't contest, and the shutdown gold lands into the pocket of Bay. A brilliant move by PSG Talon, and they're back on the board at 31 minutes here, looking to push down mid lane.
Yeah, now you've got to deal with a low-range composition against Philios. That's what CFO is starting to turn into, right? Because you have 3 melees and the Graves. While this Graves is going for the lethality version of Graves, which is a lot more effective in this situation because you're just trying to burst out one single target, you're not going to be able to get a whole lot of autos against Gangplank, Rise, and Philios, or at least your autos aren't going to do as much in comparison to what is going to get returned to you. You're just trying to unload as much damage as possible, but it still means you're essentially 4 melees against an Aphelios who is 3-0-3.
Right, and you're starting to see some of the limits of some of those choices, right? The Gallia from Mission got shredded a little bit faster. He did have extra health thanks to the Shadow Flame, but not enough stats in the other direction. So he kind of indexed a bit on trying to get that damage done. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite do it.
Oh, Shun's way out of position.
Oh, boy, yep. Oh, swallowed up by Koala. Will it be enough? Here comes the hero's entrance.
Oh, my God.
Kaiwing gets caught and blown up, and now, how about turnabout for fair play?
TP
I don't
behind?
think they want any more, but that's going to be a TP for rest. I don't think he wants that one either. A little bit of a misfire.
You can
but
look
they're
to
buying
re-engage,
time
though.
for Gemini up top. Once again, if they can keep them busy, keep them from backing, this could be the inhibitor tower.
Stop
Could
the
be
board,
more.
stop the
Here
boards.
comes Rest. Sweeps back once again. Hanabi taking a little bit of damage on the Winds of War. They're going to be able to get this tower. And even with the Baron empowered minions, nobody can safely back.
Stop the boards. Juhan's dead.
Into the Hextech ultimatum he goes, tries to blast cone. Absolutely not. You are denied, my good sir. And that is going to be Inhibitor Tower 1. They wanted to collapse a bit more. Instead, they see that their window may have closed, but they should be in great position to take Seoul.
We've been so critical about CFO and their team fights, and now in this game against PSG, who has had the better team coordination, especially when it comes to team fighting, they just take the complete opposite approach. They just said, all right, we're going to play 1-3-1. We're going to play 1-4. We're even going to play 1-4 with our jungler, of all things. And, man, has it paid off so far? Yes, they did drop that one fight in that mid lane, overextended themselves, gave over that Baron, but they strike right back with punishing an overextension from PSG themselves. So it looks like it's just a punish game of sorts. Which team is going to make that next overextension? And I mean, at some point, you have to look to try and fight, because Dragon Soul is about to come up. It is alive now, and it doesn't look like PSG are interested in contesting, which you're getting slow resistance and you're getting extra move speed. Exactly what CFO have played for this game. It's been rotational gameplay, so this Soul just makes so much more sense for CFO. It makes them harder to catch out, and it makes it easier for them to catch people out. But Shun still playing very far forward, knowing he has the Galio and the backup of Koala's Tom Catch.
I love that this has just become like a full-on engage bait.
Shun's
Jinx.
the bait.
Yeah, Shun doesn't need to be the carry. You know why? Because Mission's the carry. Look at the items he's building. This dude's going for a Void Staff, man.
Oh my god. This man is so large and in charge, it is ridiculous.
Mission big man on campus.
I mean, he hasn't been CS gapping Bay anymore, but that's mostly because you've kind of capped out on what a Galio is going to do anyways. You could say the same about the Rise, but both of these champions, it's really just not about the farm game and getting that additional item anymore, because the item isn't going to change a whole lot of what these champs are going to do in fights. It's about positioning with these more global-esque champions, and Bay is another tantalizing bait.
Yep, once again, a little overextension, but swallowed up by Koala. We are going to bring Rest back into this one. I didn't think they wanted to take the 5v5. It looked like there was a lot of vision established in that side of the jungle by CFO as they were trying to set up a push. And once again, Rest goes right back to the top. But look at this. PSG, they want to collapse on this tower, should be able to get it. Kaiwing gets a little bit chipped down, but not enough to back away. You see Hanabi, he's going to be leaving. The Light Vigil comes down, Shun takes a lot of damage, got to go back to base. Meanwhile, Kaiwing and crew are pushing on this tower. I don't know if they can outtrade this one. This is going to be the first inhibitor for PSG.
This is a wild base race, and PSG are the ones that come out on top. They have that mid control, but now the collapse possibly, but it could be an overextension.
They needed to commit to it, but Gemini and Koala got a little bit cold feet on that one, and it does end up resulting in PSG taking the inhib, not losing anything themselves.
Now they're going to rotate over for the Baron. If you look at the vision in this area, it's pretty much firmly in the side of PSG's control.
Gemini goes into the stasis. Do they have enough to turn the fight before he goes down? I don't think so. Teleport coming a little bit too late as the Realm Warp comes in. Rest tries to get the tax sweep, lands on 3, but it's going to be enough. Here comes the Hero's entrance dropping on. Hanabi, Winds of War will take him down, but can they turn the fight into 4v4? In goes the Camille, rooted down into stasis. So many Sonya's popping, and here comes the Galio mission once again. Shun's still alive in this one, but is it going to be enough? May, Kaiwing getting chunked. They can do it. Unified still on the board, though, but they've got to turn around. Out of the stasis he goes! Can Unified 1v2? Oh, it's gonna end!
Oh, but now there's a clear path for Shun to just try and run bot lane, shove that wave in, possibly look to push that wave a little bit further, knowing where Unified is, and for Unified, he's just gonna path up. I thought he might go ahead, take that Scuttle Crab, but boy. Man, oh man, Pyra, what a game we are having here. Gemini face checks the bush. He immediately stopwatches to buy as much time as possible. Really creative use of the stopwatch, and this is a slight overextension coming from PSG, but at the same time, you don't expect that kind of damage from the hero's entrance. This is full damage. The Galio coming in here, and he is doing so much work, and a clutch Devour coming in from Koala there to keep his AD carry alive means they have just enough damage, and now CFO have themselves a Baron buff.
They managed to turn it, and they are working this map right now. Looking at hand, PSG Talon, their first loss since the opening game of the split. What an incredible performance, and they've managed to just bait and switch on their errors. I mean, let's be honest, Gemini, he face checks, he gets caught, he uses his stopwatch perfectly to buy the team time. PSG overextend, it turns into a CFO fight. What an incredible micro performance from them, and they just have such an unintuitive composition. As you said yourself, you're looking at this comp, you don't expect the Galio to be the main damage dealer, but there it is.
Yeah, the Galio Jinx combination doing a whole lot of work in that last fight, and so far they've played around their win conditions pretty well. Now it's just a matter of, can they find that killer blow? They've really lacked that killer instinct to just end these games outright from the side of CFO. They've really relied upon mistakes coming in from the flip side and then fully capitalizing with their mechanical ability. We'll see if that happens here, or if they're able to really effectively utilize this Baron buff. But because of the wave positions on the side, they're forced into just this fight.
And they're going to Gemini. He's the one pushing forward, and in the next cycle, Ultimatum looking for Unified. That's going to pop his GA. But will they have enough on the dive on the back? It's going to be enough to take down Juwan. Under the top, they've got it. Now Kaiwing, he's got nowhere to go. And Shun is running wild with Mission, keeping them on the top of all things. Hanabi zone completely out, and I think that's going to be it. CTBC Flying Oyster are flying high.
Oh my lord, it looked like CFO, they were about to just go straight into the sink during the second round robin, and they take a win against PSG Talon.
Not something I expected to be saying at the start of the day, and smiles on the faces, huge relief. And I think PSG, they're just a little stunned. Haven't seen that Nexus explode in 4 weeks.
Yeah, wow, what a stunning result. And Mission is the clear MVP for me. The amount of times he faked mid-roaming power and just faked pressure to these side lanes, and also had real pressure with the Predator boots, was just absurd. And that generated leads for Gemini. It kept his side lanes in it, prevented them from getting overdove upon. He also protected a couple of dives. As we see them, they just immediately go in. Gemini, killer instinct this time around. Again, when we look at the squad, it doesn't feel like there's one of those cold-blooded killers to start these fights out, but Gemini, he puts everything on the line. You saw around that Baron buff, he goes ahead, dashes straight in, immediately stopwatches because he knows they don't have a face-checking champion. I love it. I love it. I want to see more of this. Give me more. And now people have to look at the Galio against Mission of all things.
The AP Predator Galio, man, comes in, wins the ward, dishes so much damage, the taunt out. I mean, it was just the perfect setup to execute on the dive, and we thought maybe it'd just be the full wombo combo, but they were using it to pick off the backline. And, you know, Mission is the clear MVP. I'd be surprised if it's anything else. But I do want to shout out Koala for just playing the best Secret Service game I've ever seen. Protect the president every single time, keeping Shun alive. And that turned so many of those later fights when he finally got up to the item stack. Because he did have a rough laning phase, but he's still a Jinx. And when it counts at the end of the game, I think he'd rather be a full item Jinx than a full item Aphelios.
Yeah, especially in that setup. Again, like, there was a world where the Aphelios just absolutely demolishes the side of CFO because they're so low range besides the Jinx, but at the same time, because of the low range on the side of PSG, it also makes that area control coming in from the Galio ult that much more devastating too. So that was really just kind of the chess game here, knowing that both teams were played range-wise very similarly. And, I mean, full damage Galio edges out full tank Rise, so what can I say? Full tank mid laners, let's reevaluate that, guys.
Let me just say this, Nightstar. Bay has lost now on Rise twice. Coincidence? I think not. No, it like, that was just so sick play from Mission. I think Gemini did have the killer instinct this game, and that's critical. They did not focus on topside. We thought that that was where they were going to try and snowball, but critically, even with some fumbles of early Rift Herald drops not being where they needed to, a little bit of greed there, I think Gemini overplayed his hand a few times in some of these fights, and they ended up allowing a few turns from PSG. But that was such a much more decisive game, and a game much more in sync, I think, between the 5 players than what we've seen from CFO these past few weeks. So whatever they have done to course correct, that is a massive statement. And here is the game. It was close. It was back and forth. It was bloody. And for 40 minutes, man, it was an absolute banger.
This was one of the most fun games we've had. And Mission, yes, it doesn't quite reflect in the damage charts. He was just a beast. And on the flip side, you saw how much heavy lifting the Unified had to do with his Aphelios. He did a heck of a lot of damage there.
Oh yeah, he was trying real hard. I also think PSG had a couple of errors in the early game and in some of those later fights too, right? Like Kaiwing had a little bit of positional errors. He obviously saved the day in a couple situations too, but he's not the one we're going to talk about because yeah, Mission absolutely earned this MVP. 75% kill participation. He was all over the map. There is a limit to how much damage a Galio can do, but I think he pushed through it.
Yeah, what he didn't quite have in the damage numbers, he made up for with just pure map pressure. And this is probably one of the first times we've seen PSG really contested when it comes to map rotations and just trying to attack them in before they out-rotate you around the map. So congratulations to CFO with a massive victory there. And it really wasn't about Bay's tank rise. It wasn't about the tank rise as much as I want to meme about it. It really was all about Mission outplaying everyone else on the map.
Absolutely, and it does look like PSG have themselves quite a challenger, maybe a rival. We do see that the standings could be shaken up, but we got to go on break after that one. When we return, Sem9 take on J-Team.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future. CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. I'm walking on a wire. You're just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar, and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. Now the darkness turns to light. No wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies,
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We had to have quite the cool down after that absolute banger of an opener today, but I'm really excited for our next four as well, Nightstar. We are going to be getting into Sem 9 versus J-Team in just a minute. Before we do, I want to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsors once again. They are CTBC Bank and, of course, Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. CTBC should be pretty happy with that Flying Oyster performance. But yeah, Nightstar, looking ahead now, Sem 9... they're kind of in the opposite situation as those teams we just watched. They are looking to avoid going 0-18, the dubious honor of being the first team in the PCS to do it. J-Team, on the other hand, things are definitely looking up for this squad when they get the champions they want.
Yeah, this is going to be a very different matchup, at least vibe-wise, than what we had in the first one. Of course, it was kind of seeing if CFO could bounce back. Here, we're just looking for some growth coming in from Sem 9, right? We're going to be realistic here. Let's not put those rose-tinted glasses on too much. And for Sem 9, it's about growth. They have Lazarin, they have Arashi, the two younger players from their mid-jungle combinations. So I think that's what they're really playing for. Just get more experience on these two players, but in order to do so, you really have to set them up to succeed, and that means taking away things like Uniboy Zoe, which I think is just completely illegal.
Yeah, it's honestly it's probably too graphic to be shown on stream, to be honest. Yeah, Sem 9, I think if they can like build up with these new players, they very likely won't get a win here today, but there are other opponents that they might be able to do that for. And I think it's important for them to try and work on fundamentals. They've been swapping a lot of players around. Lazar has gotten a lot more stage time. I think Arashi sort of rounded the curve there over Caspiel. And we'll see if they can really just work on those basic things and keep it together as a squad. They had a rough start. They've continued to look a little iffy. I think there have been some shining moments, but you can't string enough together to get the full win. And that's the issue. You know, much like stacking rejuvenation beads, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, there's almost only so much juju you can build, right? And unfortunately for Sem 9, there's just been not enough good juju for them to get that first win. And this is going to be, a battle of two very different teams, right? You've got a lot of young players on Sem 9, whereas on the flip side, you have a lot of veteran players on J-Team mixed in with a little bit of fresh faces. But for the most part, like, we expect J-Team to secure this. It's really just the manner of how they secure it. We want to see very clear step-up performances from other members on the side of J-Team, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that'll be the opportunity for that squad to try and shine through a little bit more. You know, one thing that Sem 9's missing when they have Arashi in the lineup? The cat ear headphones, man, from the Berjaya Dragons days. I want to see those again. Maybe that was where he got his power from. Yeah, J-Team on their side, Speaking of power, they've definitely got it in spades, in particular in the mid and jungle. Kongye and Uniboy have definitely lived up to the promise on a number of champions. It's like when you get some like amazing miracle cure marketed at you, and there's that little asterisk, and down in the tiniest tiny print at the bottom of the bottle, it says only effective on Lisa and Zoe.
Yeah, it feels like their champion pool, it's not quite limited to Lisa and Zoe. Of course, we are kind of pigeonholing
we're memeing
them
a
just
little
bit, but
the Syndra's also really good. Let's be honest.
It is again a very small effective champion pool, and we haven't seen them tested or forced onto a lot of these other ones that more often than not. However, speaking of Berjaya Dragons, Enzo, he used to be on Berjaya, and now he is in as the support. He played with Arashi, of course, moved from jungle to support to allow Arashi to come into the roster. Now he's found himself in a staple support spot on I would say a much larger name team.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see those two face off against one another. But speaking of facing off, we are also going to compare the AD carries. Both of them have had different sets of struggles, I would say. Klax, of course, not being able to find those wins, has been pretty dependent on the Jinx, where he's been able to dish the damage. And I think Lil V has also been the same. Like most AD carries have been happy to take the handshake. Lil V, I think, a lot more dependent on that Jinx, but we did see the Kai'Sa coming out, and maybe we start to see the shift of the meta. Kai'Sa's been rising in priority around the world, and we've seen now that Faker proved it looks pretty good on AP.
I think the AP Kai'Sa can make a lot of sense in more compositions than the AD Kai'Sa, but when you do face a lot of those AD bot lane champion bans, then you can just kind of fall into that Kai'Sa because a lot of the other more punishing lane champions are stripped away.
Yeah, it does seem like the focus is two different directions. J-Team, they focus bots, and of course the Zeri ban makes a lot of sense, but the Jinx also thrown at Klax means that that's where they are keeping their heads on. And Sem9 have gone for 3 bans against Driver. The Jace, the Gwen, and of course the Tryndamere. Now, Driver's found some success in other champions. I mean, everyone's going to remember that Jax performance, but it did start down behind. So clearly, Sem9 have identified a big threat here, and let's see what they find an answer with. The Xayah is going to be the first pick for Klax.
First pick Xayah in this instance. You kind of have the, I wouldn't say the necessarily the trifecta, just because we haven't seen Zeri, but the remaining trifecta have been Xayah, Jinx, and Aphelios, and Xayah does well into both Aphelios and Jinx, at least in the lane phase. So we'll look for Klax to try and maximize that lane phase power, because that's just honestly hasn't been the trend for Sem9. And I mean, Arashi just flashing the cat ears.
Yeah, I mean, he does show us. He shows us. But with the lock-in on the Lee Sin, Nightstar, I want to talk about that Vex, because this is a champion that has shown up in the hands of some of our Assassin players, but not Uniboy. And I'm curious to see what he makes of it, because that is a champion that could be right up his alley, and it's going to be going up against a Syndra from Lazar.
Now, I actually like this opening draft coming in from Sem9, and this feels like something that J-Team would go for themselves, right? You get the Lee Sin, you get the Syndra. These are two staple champions, also has a lot of one-shot power at level 6, so we'll look for Sem9 to take advantage of that combination. And for the side of J-Team, this is a full dive composition. This is a win lane and then Giga Snowball the game, because
let's go.
You have Vex, you have Samira, you have Nautilus. They are coming at you non-stop, and it's just a matter of how do we round out this composition. I would love to see a Malphite. Give me the Malphite. That tops this comp off so well. Adds the extra CC layering for the Samira to pop her passive. It really is disgusting. So for Sem9, I hope they also possibly identify that, but I also just want to see that giant Wamba. I
mean, be careful what you wish for here, Nightstar. I think it may be possible. J-Team looking to try for a style game. But we are in ban phase 2. 2 support bans thrown out by J-Team up against Filia. Meanwhile, it's jungle bans against Kongye, no Viego, and no Hakarim. So
okay.
there are other dive champions available. I mean, Nocturne, I actually saw it earlier today in the LCS, and it almost worked, in all honesty. I was about to say maybe we get to see the return of the Diana, but it is going to be, J-Team. Oh, this is going to be fun.
I thought it would be something like the Volibear, which has, of course, a little bit more dive power at level 6, being able to turn off towers. But Nocturne doesn't turn off towers, he turns off the lights. So, you know, at the very least, you accomplish very similar things. Still a lot of dive power, and the side of Sem9, they answer in a pretty good fashion. I'm not like... I don't hate this round out of their composition. You get the Rakan, great at counter engage, and then you get the Scion. So very stock standard sort of team fight composition, but a very well-rounded one against a J-Team that, I mean, this is clearly them just limit testing the composition here, and it should be fun to watch if it comes online. Otherwise, you know, realistically, or I mean, this is not realistically, I guess, but if Sem9 are able to hold somewhat well in lane or lose gracefully in lane, this composition plays extremely well into the J-Team comp. It punishes really any dives with that Syndra combination. The Scion runs a really good wall for this Xayah, and the Xayah with her Feather Storm able to deny pretty much everything a dive comp wants to do.
Yeah, not only that, you've got the Xayah combo to try and slip out a hard way a little faster. The added range can give you that benefit, and a well-placed quickness can really turn a fight after the fact. I was wondering if maybe we'd start to see the Renata coming in, but this is a bit more of a reliable combination when the Rakan's been left open. So a really interesting pick ban phase here for Sem9 J-Team. I'm excited to see what it does. It's going to come down to execution, but Sem9 have given themselves a possibility. On the J-Team side, man, it is all dive all the time. Everybody's going in, and it's so many champions that we don't get to see as often. The Aatrox, the Samira, the Nocturne, and of course, Uniboy on the Vex. This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, and for J-Team, they're trying to figure out what other styles they can play, and this is also, at the very least, a comp that has multiple go buttons, which has been a struggle for them in the past. Just saying, hey, we're going in, and we're just going in. Now, they don't have to worry about it because everyone is going in.
As long as they all do it at around the same time, I mean, they can fully commit to this. So, will J-Team be able to dive and dumpster the likes of Sem9? Or will the Malaysian representatives find their first win against a very strong J-Team squad? This is going to be a fun one after our first game. I think it was a herald of greater things, Nightstar. Let's take a look at our summoner choices as well as the runes. This is, okay. All right. I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I just want to bring attention to the fact that bot lane has double exhaust from Sem9.
That is a lot of fear.
They understand. Well, I personally think that Ignite is just overrated as a summoner. And double exhaust into full dive is very, very powerful. One exhaust into single or just double dive is very effective to begin with, and this is just like everything. Sem9 have set themselves up to succeed if they can get through this laning phase, Pyra.
Yeah, that is the question, right? Talk me through this Samira lane and how it's going to be able to deal with the Xayah Rakan.
Well, it really just comes down to neutralizing those feathers, of course, with your Samira kit, just being able to block those out and prevent those feathers from coming back to the Xayah pick. So that's going to be something to keep track of when Lil V does go in. But again, when you pick a Samira, it's about the all-in pressure. And for Xayah, she wants to keep trades very short, until she gets that lethality where she just has so much more burst damage.
Right, so while we keep an eye on that bottom lane, I think we want to actually split our attention across everywhere on the map. I think there's kill pressure, maybe less up in the top to start with Driver versus Shiramine, but for Uniboy here on this Vex, I'm curious to see what he can do against Lazar. But there's a level lead already, as the Syndra is already started to amass a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, and I think Syndra, while not necessarily the most explosive mid lane champion that you can take, is just so flexible with what she can do, whether it's in lane phase, with facilitating 2v2 kills, depending on what you lock in for your jungler, and also just being able to play really for pick or defensively in teamfight settings. It's just a lot of what this champion offers. Makes a lot of sense for a lot of these PCS teams. So I like the lock-in here. We'll see how Lazar is able to perform on the pick, because he hasn't had great lane phases so far, and that's just something you'd like to see him really step up with, especially now they are eliminated from playoff contention. You have that pressure really removed from you.
Yeah, this is all about showing improvement and trying to look as good as you can in the final games of the split. It's pride, but it's also development. So Lazar, we'll see if he can get some of that back for himself. Worth keeping in mind, doesn't have the combat sums to compare to Uniboy. That's an Ignite versus a Teleport. So going to be playing more for the global pressure game. As we see, it has been an early game that is mostly been about getting the farm up advantage.
He's collapsed on all four sides.
Kongye is about to come in here. This could be rough right now. Driver looking to cut him off. Got the weak flash, but surprise! It's Kongye and Enzo, and that's going to be a first blood as they came from all directions.
I don't know if that flash was... that was one of those very hopeful flashes, because he already saw Enzo and Kongye coming in from the other side. He was dead either way, so him burning the flash, yeah, a bit of yet another rookie mistake, just kind of panic flashing in that instance. And hopefully when he goes back to the VOD, he understands that, because now for sure he's just going to get flanked from all directions yet again, because he has no flash. It makes for easy pickings, whether it's coming in from an Aatrox roam, a Nautilus roam, or even this is a pre-level 6 Nocturne.
Yeah, and he's just able to slam on the fear, get a little bit of help with the hook from Enzo, and there you go. I mean, this is what you can do with that type of champion. I do like that we're starting to see a little bit more variety from some of these pretty scary junglers from Kongye. I was about to say Shiro looked in a little bit of trouble there, but he's just going to get zoned out by Driver. Should be able to walk away. I would like to talk a little bit about the Nocturne, actually, if we get the opportunity. Did see it a little earlier today in the LCS. Golden Guardians versus 100 Thieves. It was Pride Stalker that actually took this champion. Yep. And he basically just went for the I'm going to dive in. Yeah, the Stride Breaker. I'm going to dive in. I've got GA. I just basically need to keep everybody occupied while my team dives with me. And that seems like it's the same strategy here.
Yeah, it's not really used for the assassination tool. It's really more about, hey, I'm going to buy as much time while being super annoying in the backline, and now it's a 3v3.
Oh, not again! Lazar going to be taken down 2 for 2. This time he had some help, but it didn't do him any good, as Arashi's forced to flash away. Into the fear goes. That's Kongye cleaning up 1. Tanking tower shots. They're not going to go for Arashi on round 2, but J-Team just so far together and bullying this mid lane.
Yeah, and this was pretty expected coming even in from the side of 7-9, right? They saw that, hey, we lost mid-flash really early on. You can critique whether or not it was necessary, but it happened, so now we have to try and make a move mid-lane to contest. So that's what they do, but unfortunately it's matched perfectly by J-Team. They just have a lot more early game power right now.
Oh boy, uh-oh,
Level
Arashi.
6,
I think he's going to be going down as the Shadow Surge coming through there. Klayax trying to hold on. They actually managed to find Uniboy. That's a fire back, but Kongye flashes for the kill. Here comes Lazar to get revenge for his team. Double kill on the Nocturne. Would be some gold to pick up in the pocket. They take him down, and J-Team bought a bit more than they could chew on that one, and so did I, apparently, as Klayax gets a double kill.
Bada bing, bada boom.
There you go.
and more importantly, Clayx gets 2 kills onto himself. If you're talking about a target that is probably the hardest to dive on the side of 7-9, it is going to be that Xayah because of the Feather Storm. So I love the gold allocation that they were able to get for the side of 7-9. It also means that there's a clear target for the side of J Team
what happened up
to
here?
focus down in the remaining of this lane phase, but Driver, we're gonna see a replay of this.
Doesn't have ult. He hits it here. Oh, yeah, it's the world ender. Okay, goodbye.
You just don't have a lot of options. Doesn't get a good angle to ult out. So yeah, he's just stuck. Game played.
Yep. That's that kind of feels like it's going to be Shiro's lot for a bit. Yeah.
Yep. Well executed. All right. This is Pyra. I'd like for you to take a look at the inventory. Take a look at the 3-1-1 Kongre.
Ooh.
He's got Bomby Cinder. This is a very different build from Stridebreaker.
Yeah, okay. All right, Kongya, I see what you're doing here. Now, Enzo is getting caught up by Arashi, tagged in Philly as well. They do have a pretty mobile squad. The problem is they don't have the damage to really do more. Kongya and Driver going to be doubling up on the Rift Herald. So, that's going to be a good start for them. But, Lil V, he's going to have to walk away from this one. Actually, this could be a big dive deep, but he's got Flash, he's got Cleanse, and now he's got Enzo, and they're going to try and go for this one. Here goes Uniboy over the wall with a Shadow Surge. Lil V will finish the kill and has his eyes set on the Rakan, but there's an outplay by Clayx there, and it's going to actually take Lil V's ultimate. Meanwhile, Lazar getting soloed by Kongye. No, he walks it out.
Bomby Cinder!
What a bloody bit of the map right now.
Kongya unable to get the finish because he's full tank Nocturne in this instance. Doesn't even have a bloody ounce of damage.
You know he hates this. You know he does not want to build this right now. It's Kongya. He wants the damage. Let's see the start. It was all a single target paranoia as the fight was going on, but so close. Runs a little bit low on mana, and Lazar can do nothing, but he just limps away.
Oh, just enough healing coming in from that corrupting potion to out-heal the red buff. And
Lazar had to get lucky eventually, right? I mean, he's just been absolutely dunked on. It's not even his fault, right? Like, it's like 4 people diving him.
Well,
he shouldn't have burned the flash. He shouldn't have burned the flash.
Because yeah, it's a consequence of burning that flash, right?
Yeah.
And J-Team, they effectively punished that Lost Summoner spell for summoner that didn't need to be used in that instance. And well, now attention has really shifted. Clayx.
Yeah, it's going to be a 1-2. How do you do? Enzo ends up getting the kill credit, but Lil B will be able to get one back for himself as he just goes Blades out. Guns out as well, a blazing on the Inferno trigger. Arashi here, a little bit too late. Kongye, this should be the push. Ooh, close to being hit. Yeah, Arashi's looking like he wants to give up.
Yeah, absolutely. He should be just leaving this tower here. They're going to get first brick on the side of J-Team. And a little bit of, Butterfingers that are coming in from Clayx. Doesn't get the exhaust. I would assume he probably thought he had heal, so he didn't designate a target for that exhaust, and now in this bottom lane, it looks like they're going to try and get more from this Herald.
I think they can. Arashi stuck around. Oh, they get the smite down just in time. That was a good defensive maneuver. That's why he was there. So, here comes Uniboy, though. Paranoid on. And he's going to tag once again. The Xayah, no chance, but the Featherstorm does come through. That's the Inferno trigger to try and zone them off. And Lazar, he sees a triple kill in his sights. Can he execute it? Diving in, the double kill for the Vex. Uniboy finds another one. Can't quite close it on there.
Oh, it's a free triple if he can find it.
Oh, gosh, he would want this so badly right now, but he's going to have to flash defensively away. Flash forward. He's got the weak. Gets one. Shut down. Does he have one? That's going to be the fear on. No. And good night.
No mana.
How much can he do, right? That was a nice try. Yeah. Meanwhile, Shiro. And you're dead.
Doesn't have enough move speed to catch up to Driver. Driver can also just dip over the wall. I mean, this is just, a hands cap.
A little bit.
As we might want. as we might say.
Hey, that was a good smite by Arashi. That's what he needed to do.
You know, this is a fun display of mechanical skill coming in from J-Team. And it is what it is.
Yep.
How's your day?
Yeah, I mean, look, Lazar's day could be worse because after everything that's happened to him, he still manages to get a kill out of this. He still walks away. Unfortunately, no mana to really get much more. And then, yeah, okay, you get the kill. You're going to die after that. But hey, you got gold. You got shutdown. You got bounty. At this point, you take what you can get.
You take the moral victories because that's all that's currently left in the game at just 12.5 minutes, 479. They are down 8,000 gold.
And a dragon.
So, and a dragon. It's a mountain dragon. So if you thought it was hard to get back into the game, you know, the extra resistances on J-Team, not going to help. Especially, see, this is the big brain play. Because you know you're getting Mountain Dragon, that's why you're going full tank Nocturne. Because then you can maximize the extra bonus resistances Pyra.
How did he know? I mean, I guess he saw the Dragon Pit, but still. Lilvi rotates up to the mid. PlayX and Arashi are going to try and defend this, but still a lot of plate gold being picked up. I mean, you got to look at where the gold is too, right? Well, Driver's been able to get some solo kills. Uniboy stacked up for, actually feeling very confident in himself to just straight up build the Medjais. He actually, I think he had stacks, and he lost them because he died to the Syndra.
Oh, yes.
But also, Lilvi has Gale Force already, or Lilvi's had the Gale Force sitting on a Serrated Dirk, 405 on the Samira. Hasn't been
If
touched.
Lilvi could have gotten himself the Sword of Occult, he would have. This is the Sword of Occult angle.
All right.
If anyone remembers that item, that's the AD equivalent.
I do remember Sword of the Occult. I am very old.
The tank version.
Oh gosh. I want to say Heart of Gold, but it's not.
No. That was exactly as its name was. They gave you gold.
Yeah. I mean, effectively, because you can always build all those stuff afterwards. But yeah,
you got GP10, but it's Leviathan.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, you got me. It was, you know why? I never built it.
Kongria would have built Leviathan this game.
Yeah, it tracks. He's got a frozen
I mean, he
fist.
could build Sword of Occult to amplify damage, but, you know, if you're already going Gauntlet, might as well get Leviathan, right?
Sure, why not? Throw in some more defenses there, best you can. So yeah, J-Team, this is definitely, and I think it was going to be from the beginning, turned into a style game. But I also do like that they are showing some different champions. They're having fun with it, and they are flexing, but they are doing something a little bit different with it.
Yeah.
And yeah, like forcing Kongye to build tank.
Yeah, and
it's like eating your vegetables. It's good for you, even though it's yucky.
Well, like for the side of J-Team, this is a really, I mean, it's entertaining, but it adds that extra degree of, for other teams that have to prep against J-Team, do they actually play these champions? Because you could give an argument that, no, they're not actually good on these champions. It was because against Sem9 that they just ruffle stomp.
But maybe
so
that's the mind game, right?
Like exactly.
They actually are good on these
extra
champions.
dimension for playoffs. We're playing 5D chess.
Yes. Yeah, and I really like that J-Team decided to do this too, because I think one of the issues we've seen from this squad is that when they haven't been on like those really preferred champions, we're talking about the Zoe, they look good, but then they're like, they kind of get a little bit lost if they're not getting out to a head start. We'll talk about that in a minute because Arashi getting completely dove down by everybody. Didn't even need the Nocturne to finish up. Big stun off on the Scout of the Week, but it's not going to do enough as Kongye gets exhausted. Shiramine forced to ult
Uniboy
out.
saw his ult.
It's going to be
Do
Uniboy
it,
looking for
Uniboy.
Philia. He's going in. Let's go. Big fear into the exhaust, but it opens up the chance for the dive. And he might die on this one, but he went big. And unfortunately for him, he will go home as J-Team once again tried to turn this around, but they've lost a couple of members already, or at least lost Uniboy soon. It seemed they were going to lose more, but Shiro and Clayx can't really do anything to push them off this tower, and they keep the aggressive push going. That's the pull-in once more, and they're going to open up the chance for Lil V to get 1 and 2 as he goes into the Inferno trigger.
The Inferno trigger goes off, and also Shelly's charge goes off there. So they get the tower, get all of those kills. Arashi even respawns in time.
Yeah, he can't stop the charge, but...
He started the play, and he arrives in time to watch the end of the play.
Full circle, man. The cycle of Arashi continues. Wait, did he stop the backs? Ooh.
I mean, does he really want to, though?
No, but like, I mean, you know, it's cheeky.
Do it.
I'll take it. Oh, wait. Wait. Driver stays.
Do it!
This is like a continued engage after the fact.
I mean, if you think theoretically, though, that's probably 7-9's best opportunity.
Whoa! Kitty boy. Yeah, it would be. 6 sacks on that Medjay. Definitely keep an eye on that number right now. As they're looking for more here, and in comes Enzo and Kongye. They just do not stop. The kickback ain't gonna matter as much. Beauty Boy adds a few more pages to his dark magic book.
I mean, J-Team are just playing to the tune of Kesha. The party don't stop till I walk in, but everyone's walking in!
Oh, tick-tock on the clock. I think it's running out for 7-9 right now. Good night, Lazar. They'll take the turret. Dragon spawns, rotate around. Shiramine, not much he can do, already in zombie form. And, wow. Yeah, that is a terrifying dive.
Man, well, it's something.
Yeah. And you're throwing me back today. You starting with, like, Sword of the Occult, now we're talking about Kesha. Night Star, it's like I'm in college again. Also, like, crazy League of Legends games. I mean, that's, yeah. It's definitely, that was where I got my start. I was doing a senior project through my computer science courses. I had 4 friends, and they said, hey, we play this game. It's called League of Legends. You want to try? I'm like, sure. And then I discovered Singed, and the rest is history. That's all you need to know about my League of Legends.
So you discovered Arcane, is what you're telling me.
Yes, I am. That had so many champions I love playing. That is such a good show. Go watch it, everyone, if you haven't. And if you have, go watch it again after tonight's games.
So you created Victor. I understand.
It was definitely my fault. I'll take full credit for that. Yeah, not in the game, but just the idea. I'm not a developer.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah.
Singed was an interesting character when he appeared.
Yeah, I mean, like, because in game, a lot of the champions kind of feel a little cartoonish, right? Because they do have like their one-liners and all the skins sort of make them look a little different.
Definitely didn't look like Singed from the game.
He had so much depth of character. We got to learn so much about him, so much about Victor. Like, yeah, no, it really gave a lot of dimensions, right? I think Vi too, right? Like, if you look at like the old Vi design in lore, it's like, oh, she just likes punching things.
Yeah.
Which is true, but also, she's definitely not really a cop.
Yes, that as well. We learned a lot in that regard.
It is a great show with good character development and great writing. That's all I can say about
thankfully, Season 2 won't be as long of a wait.
Yeah, even better. Also, if you want to see Silco in a game, go play TFT. You been enjoying the mid set?
Not really. But you know what?
Back to the game.
Mayday just kind of just drives by. It's like when you like drive through a neighborhood.
Bump the sound, the bass is going.
No.
You're trying to look cool, but unfortunately, yeah, you don't look cool. Driver's caught, but I don't know if it's going to matter here. He's got a massive level advantage on everybody.
He
no,
just healed
World
Infinite.
Ender. Yeah, I did. And they're all 5 on top of him while the Baron is going. If he still gets these kills, I'm telling you. Now, the screen's a little frozen for me right now, but I tagged right back just in time. And Driver is still alive. They shut him down.
Okay, do
here's
it.
Unibrow
Do it.
going in for round 2. Deletes 1. Goodbye, Clayx. Gonna try to find
no, he
Vilna.
missed.
I did miss the second, so unfortunately can't get that one, but he's going to take down Lazar. Looking for the quadra kill on his own right now. Oh, Yeti boy on to Shiramine. The flash, the triple. Kongye be the scumbag and steal.
Oh, they don't have CC.
He's out. Okay, well, it was a nice try. Flashes though, okay.
the Scion might not have the items, as we can clearly see, but at least he still has the style. At least he's still going for the style. He finally has a completed item.
He does, Frozen Heart. Yeah, I mean, okay, so let's take a look at the replay again, because Driver just lives forever. Note that there's a minimum 3-level difference between him and everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, he's eating his Wheaties. Oh man, that was a nice bite. Woo. But unfortunately, Aatrox unable to hit sweet spots means that you don't have a ton of damage if you don't hit your sweet spots. So
yeah, but
eventually he goes down.
He buys enough time for Uniboy to peel off the Baron and get himself a triple kill. Would have liked more, but cheeky Scion teleport,
baby.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, safe to say this game's going to be ending pretty soon. Yeah, here comes the dive in from Kongye. The Featherstorm's not going to be really doing much here. However, they do take out Enzo. That could be a start. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. That's going to be the end of that one. On the Charm, they get the knockup. Double kill comes in for the Samira. Lilvi flashes forward to make it a triple. Certainly wants himself more on the Fountain. PlayX will be the only one to grab a kill off that one, and he's not going to be able to step safely out into his base. So it's not the fastest game on record, but J-Team looking oh so stylish in their victory here against Sem9. Still in the hunt for a win here and not go 0-18. And that is going to be a done and dusted. J-Team knocking down the Nexus for a very convincing win.
Very convincing and a very enjoyable win for them, as you can see. Uniboy's clearly having a lot of fun. What a way for them to end the week. You know, you just play freely. You kind of understand nothing is really on the line here. So
locked in playoffs.
Playoffs locked in. Sem9, you know, not looking like a threat to the top teams in particular. So J-Team very comfortably get through this one.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we joked on it a little bit, but I do think there is something to the whole, hey, can this team actually play these champions, or were they just having fun with it?
Yes.
There are a couple of picks that I wouldn't be surprised to come out. I think that Vex showing from Uniboy does feel like it's right up his alley. It's a little bit more committal than the likes of a Zoe, but at the same time, we are starting to see it rise in priority. The likes of Pretender and Bay, they've been playing it. We've seen it around the world a little bit more to varying effects. I'm not 100% sure about the Samira, but I mean, it is if we start to get into the tit for tat of like, okay, Zaya's going to come in to try and deal with like the Jinx Aphelios meta, and then you counter the counter with the Samira, it's always possible. I don't know about the Aatrox so much, although Driver was having a good time. I think the Nocturne definitely could be seeing more of that as well.
Yeah, the Aatrox made sense given that Scion already showed. It's kind of one of those matchups that was seen a lot in the past. But, I mean, for the most part, it was just J-Team flexing their mechanical muscles. And Sem9, you know, we wanted to see a little bit more. Unfortunately, the early game got away. The burned flash really threw everything into a wrench into their plans, because then you had that very early 3v3 that I'm sure Arashi would have liked to wait until level 6 when he got his kick available to him to then start taking advantage of that mid 2v2. So it's just, you know, continuing to build experience, and hopefully when they go back into the VOD, you know, they don't go past 10 minutes. But there's a lot to learn before that, right?
Absolutely. I think some of those micro decisions, those do mean a lot, especially the likes of like Lazar burning that flash when he was dead anyways. They had information. You do have to adapt to those situations and realize when you are going to be dead either way. And at the same time, I think just being a little bit quicker on some of the rotations, on some of the plays, could have made a difference, because there were a lot of times that J-Team overplayed their hand and just didn't get punished for it.
Yeah, that is very true. As we get to see the gold graph, I mean, it was a 20k gold difference at the end, so it was clearly just going to be a big mountain. And you might not realize this gold difference until you look at, you know, the side and it says minus 20k. But
yep,
plenty of damage being dealt. by everyone on the side of J Team except for Tank Nocturne, but we kind of expected that, and Uniboy gets the MVP. For good reason.
Yeah. Really everywhere on the map, he started up a lot of the fights, and the counter engages. You talked about so many go buttons. Well, he was pressing his as much as he possibly could and had the killer instinct to go down. He full on peeled off the Baron because he's like, guys, this is it. This is where I get Penta. But he only got the triple kill off of it. All the same, a pretty beastly Vex, and we did worry about the champion pools of the carries on this squad. And I think Uniboy has added another champion that teams might have to be afraid of.
Yeah, we'll certainly need to see another Vex game from him to really prove it, but this is certainly a good start. And for J Team, it's just making sure you secure the wins that you need, right? This top half is very contentious, so you need to be able to clean up and make sure those games at the bottom against teams in the bottom of the standings are for sure wins.
Absolutely. And speaking of the table and the contention, right now we got a clash up in the middle of the table right after this break. It is going to be Frank Esports taking on Metal Falcon Team.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to nighttime. We are traveling with our gravity. Reaching the horizon, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to blue. We are traveling with our gravity. Reaching new horizons, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Taste the sky, travel to the stars. There's a little bit of light that we Touch the sky, travel to the stars. There's a little bit of light that
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. I am so excited for the next 3 games because Nightstar, we've had a fantastic one and we've had a really fun one, and I have no idea what we're going to get next, but it certainly will be exciting. Before we get underway, I would like to once again thank our wonderful sponsors. They are CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Nightstar, we've got Meta Falcon team taking on Frank Esports. You boys! And we'll see which of these teams is going to lock playoffs today, because one of them is going to do it, unless some weird shenanigans happen in a few previous games, but that's some fuzzy math.
Yeah, this second half of the day is exciting because of the possibility we get a couple more teams locked into playoffs and, you know, potentially see Hurricane Gaming get sent off. But in this current game here, we do have Frank Esports against MFT, as you mentioned, and this is 2 very different teams. I feel like Frank Esports been on the upward trend when it comes to how we feel about the team, but the results haven't exactly come through. Whereas on the flip side, like, I feel like a lot of people are slowly coming down and further down onto MFT themselves. And it's kind of just a matter of how can this team get back into a more competitive look, because the last couple of looks they've come out with, especially with like the LeBlanc Lee Sin combination, just didn't work out.
Yeah, I think this team has definitely struggled to really define what they're good at. Remember, this is the squad coming out of university leagues and staying together, but we were really hyped on, you know, the likes of 665. And he hasn't shown up as often. I think Wen's been very hit or miss, and the consistent performers have been top and bot. Taco has looked pretty good. Whale has looked pretty good. And then, of course, this team has also made a few swaps. They started with Epic. Now they have Renhao. Seems to be the player that they wanted to stick with here. But, yeah, you're right. I think there has been some consistency issues. They have Unity. That was, of course, a Whale pop-off game. We saw a Victor top in that one, so this team does have some unconventional champion choices, but Frank Esports are a team that don't seem to be shaken by those types of things. Kurt, Holo, Pretender, Eminem, and K2. And if there is a standout on this one, it started being Eminem, but Pretender has really stepped up. And honestly, it just feels like they should have more wins, because the one problem this team seems to have is throwing it at the end.
It's about closing out for the side of Frank Esports. They've been able to find good team fights, and they've been able to find great lane phases. It's about effectively transitioning those into game wins. But the comparison is going to be up in that top side. Taco has been very hit or miss when it comes to his play style. He's either popping off or hard not popping off. And usually in the complete opposite direction. Whereas for Kurt, his lane phases haven't been good, but like it's like one of those, the gift's not exactly what I wanted, but you know, I get the feelings, you know.
Yeah, I think there's more to him than necessarily like meets the eye, and that does feel like it's the same for a lot of Frank Esports. But yeah, it is an interesting comparison of those two. I think Taco has been instrumental when Meta Falcon team have won, and I do think because of that, the team rises and falls with him a little bit. We are into picks and bans here. Gwen going to be the first ban off the board, followed by the Diana. A lot of animated chatting there from 665. See what they follow through with on Frank Esports' side.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we see the Rakan banned out, so perhaps saying that, hey, Zaya is a good pick, but not without the Rakan. That might be what they're looking at, or they might be looking at something like an early Tom Kench, which we have seen, but that will get banned out by Frank Esports.
Yeah, no Zeri ban, though, on the red side, playing with fire right now if they want to give that over to MFT. Whale has not been able to play it so far. Eminem has one game.
Yeah,
so
I think we're just kind of hot potatoing this Zeri pick, because now MFT, do you play the Zeri? Because if you do not, you have to ban it right there.
Bluff called. Frank Esports get a free ban out of that.
Yeah, and now they can ban what they want to go ahead and take away. I would look at Wen's Galio, of course. That is certainly a big priority for him. The Rise is also a possibility here. So we'll need to see what they opt to take away, and it will be Graves. So none of the above, saying, hey, whatever you pick in the mid lane, we have the answer for it. And I mean, Pretender's been a very good laner for them to be able to answer in these particular picks, and it will be the Jinx locked in. So we expect either the Xayah or the Aphelios to come through, and Rise left available. They'll most likely save that AD carry pick for that third slot. Rise Hecarim, this combination we've consistently seen over and over again.
Yeah, it's going to be some bread and butter picks there for Frank Esports, and I do agree with you. I think we'll get to see the AD carry. Interesting point for Eminem too. He's kind of been the opposite of a lot of our AD carries that prefer the Jinx side of the flip. He definitely opts into the Aphelios a little bit more often. So perhaps that's going to be the choice here. Back to the stock standard. And for MFT, yeah, we've got ourselves a lot of engage coming in all of a sudden. And once again, bread and butter. It's the Xin Zhao and Wen gets his hands on the Galio. Remember, this was the team that first did the big old dive all in, but a bit of a switcheroo on the AD carry, Mark, because Eminem's going to get his first Kai'Sa game. And now I get to ask the question, I start AD or AP?
I like the AP setup here because, you know, getting magic damage from your top laner, probably unlikely given that Gwen has been taken away. We'll see how the second phase does transpire. Of course, Taco himself, remember, first time around, they locked in that the Mordekaiser top lane. So there are still AP top laners out there. I don't think Mordekaiser is the pick though, but I think Kai'Sa fits into the Rise composition pretty well because of the fact you are able to make up some of that magic damage because of either the Crown build or the Luden's build. But in this case, especially against the Galio Xin, you would look for the Crown.
Yeah, I was going to say what does Kurt go towards in this, and I was going to think maybe the GP comes through. MFT certainly thinks so. They banned it away. Also focused topside for Frank Esports as they banned Camille away from Taco. And I wonder what else they're focusing on, because Taco as a player has so many different champions played so far in this split. I mean, I'm just like looking at the lineup right now, and it's Camille, Gragas. He had that Kali game. He has a Gwen game. He played Darius. He played Mordekaiser. I mean, I won't want to say he's like good at all these champions, but he's played everything. And the Renata Glass gets banned away as well, keeping in mind that was something that MFT have brought out. Not so successfully, but it did happen.
Yeah, so here I would expect Frank Esports to go ahead and lock in the support pick.
Wait a minute. Blind Gnar. We've seen... Hold on. Alarm bells. We've seen this happen. No. We've seen this happen before. Okay, you're not Hanabi, Kurt.
NFT, they should just lock in Malphite.
Yes.
Guys, Malphite.
Let's go. You get the Wombo combo. Come on.
It plays Wombo pretty well. It gives you that extra little bit of magic damage you will probably need running a Galio in the mid lane, but it also, again, shuts down triple relatively immovable composition or immobile backline in the Rise, Gnar, or mini Gnar, and Kai'Sa. So it works very, very well. The attack speed reduction you're getting from a Frozen Heart build is fantastic against AD Kai'Sa. So unless if you're going AP Kai'Sa, then it changes things a little bit. But still. Or you go for the Silas pick, which he already showed into the Gnar, which, by the way, is a better Gnar.
Yeah, he flexed really hard on that one. I actually really liked the Taco top pick of the Silas. And now we get to see what Frank's final answer is on the support. And not a whole lot of surprises to see something like the Leona. So it does look like Frank are going to try and dig and maybe dive a little bit deep there. Ooh, but that's a switch up. Okay, Kai'Sa, Yuumi.
It could
got the cat lady bot lane.
Ooh, K2 might have just saved draft with this Yuumi pickup. Of course, you're into a Braum. Braum's not known to be immensely punishing in his lane phase, and against two champions that are just looking to skate through the lane phase. Jinx, Braum, a perfect lane to pick Kaisa Yumi against.
Yeah, I really like this. We're starting to see a lot of adaptation coming in the league after so many weeks of a very stale bot lane meta. We're starting to see some changes. We're starting to see a lot of adaptation. It's happening around the world as well on 12.4, and clearly the teams in the PCS have been taking note as well. This is going to be an exciting one. Again, a lot on the line in this because a playoff lock is huge for both of these teams. It is top 8 that will get in, but you can start putting yourself into pole position early. Getting that lock does give you some relief, and see where you go from there. I think Meta Falcon team, they're going to have a tough challenge in particular, but they did draft themselves really well for the Wombo combo that they like to pull off. On the opposite side, Frank Esports definitely showing some strength on their side, and I'm super excited to see this bot side. Eminem has definitely proved he can be a pop-off player.
Yeah, so here you actually have options to go for either AD or AP Kaisa because you are getting a little bit of magic damage from that Yumi pick. But for the most part, I would like to see the Crown Kaisa come out, just because for the side of MFT, this is very much an all-in composition. The Crown will give you that extra durability, and it also adds that extra magic damage and poke ability that MFT don't necessarily have an answer for. So you can just kind of spam W, and MFT just kind of have to make sure they dodge every single one of them.
Absolutely. Did see that AP Kaisa build earlier today. In fact, if you were watching North American LCS, if I recall correctly, it was on Luger from CLG who was able to play it out. Yeah, he did. He went Ludens, Muramana, and then Void Staff and Nashers, and it was kind of like it was kind of actually disgusting. Hail of Blades, of course, picked up on that Kaisa side, and it is once again the Predator Galio, so we are starting to see some things settle in.
And at the very least, for MFT, this is sort of their bread and butter mid-jungle combination. Wen gets his comfort champion, which is what we've not seen him on for a while, and we'll see if Frank Esports are able to keep up with this Galio, because we saw earlier Galio is just really, really powerful. But interestingly enough, Pretender against this very low range composition on MFT has decided that he doesn't need the phase rush, and instead he's gone for the Conqueror.
Oh, apologies. Had the mute on there for a little while. Yeah, what I was going to say, it feels bad when you're playing topside, right? And the champion you pick gets countered by a better version of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or Kurt. Can't catch a break.
Silas is, it feels like a lot of times when he has great ult setups, he uses those ults just a lot better than the champions those ults were designed for. Like, Mega Gnar is just, it's great when you can have it available to you and use that Gnar ult, but it's only available for a very brief moment of time. It's very specific.
That's very true. Ooh, Eminem taking a lot of damage off that Winter's Bite combo, and Renhao tanking it up. 665, getting into the jungle of Polo. Actually, if the Winds of War come off, we might have a little tussle here over the chickens, and Pretender trying to lead the charge, flashing in. That's going to be the taunt off. I think we've got first blood, and we do. It's over to 665.
Yeah, Pretender Hollow very disjointed in their approach, and I mean, we kind of saw this coming in from Mission, right? Where he got very aggressive with the Predator Boots approach here in lane, and that netted them a flash onto the mid laner, whereas this time it was more targeted towards the jungler, and Pretender, his pathing not quite there, leads to him also losing his flash, and that will also result in a red buff taken away by MFT, and MFT have set themselves perfectly in this early game.
Yeah, this is a really good start for the Meta Falcon side at the moment. Well, see if they can get even further ahead in this one. Taco continuing to try and trade well up against the side of Kurt. And I am curious to see what the comeback mechanics will be, right? We've talked up Pretender a lot, but, you know, he's going to be playing the tank Rise this game. His output's going to be a little limited. I feel like Frank have kind of put themselves in a position where they need Eminem to be the big carry.
Yeah, Eminem is certainly going to be a bit of a focal point. I'm actually interested in seeing like what kind of build Pretender ends up opting for, given that we do see the Conqueror. Maybe he ends up building something with a little bit more oomph. That'll be just something to try and keep track of here. I do think there's going to be a lot of merit in going a little bit more bruisery and tanky in this instance. And but it would also still mean that Eminem is holding a much larger responsibility when it comes to dealing damage.
And that's something that has suited Frank Esports well in the past, right? I mean, Eminem did pick up that MVP award just because he was able to dish quite a lot. Definitely want to keep an eye on what he ends up doing this game for his build as well, because we have talked up the ADAP so far in this game. And I do think there are a lot of options there, especially depending on what Pretender ends up doing. So they can keep Meta Falcon team guessing a little bit. But while we talk about that, a really good trade by Whale and Renhao to actually force them out of lane. And we start to see the Jinx of Whale overpower just a bit.
And it makes sense, right? Because this Kai'Sa, while on 3 items, it feels really, really disgusting if you're playing AP. On 2 items for AD, feels relatively strong. In the lane phase, she's just not at all.
Feels bad, man, really.
So you need a couple of offerings given by your opponent, whether it is through their champion picks or just them playing overly safe in lane phase, to really take advantage of this Kai'Sa. So right now, though, I mean, you have such power in your mid jungle. They've just gone ahead, rotated over for this dragon. So MFT, this early game, great. Now we have to see them be able to transition this one, as Taco might have overextended.
Yeah, I think he's just baited himself there. Narbar almost stopped as Kurt was trying to, but back to the safety he walks. I think maybe Hollow showed his cards a little bit too fast there. Frank still trying to find a better opener. 665, meanwhile, wants to make a return to the mid lane. Pretender has no flash.
There was certainly an opening there in that top side just to set up a very quick dive. You hit level 6 onto Gnar, and then you just go ahead, ult him into the wall before Taco is able to hit level 6. But again, as you mentioned, showed their hand just a tad early, and now MFT in very nice setup here to try and capitalize onto Hollow's positioning, but Hollow is nowhere near. You could say it's a bit of inefficient pathing for his own jungle, but at the same time, it actually keeps him alive just a bit longer.
That's true, but a little bit of a tough situation to be in as 665 starts off on the blue. Lasco, I'm going to see that happening, and uh-oh, I'm getting counter-jungled.
Yeah, and the issue is the Galio is going to be able to cheat over a lot easier, and you also have a Yuumi Kai'Sa, which doesn't give you any bot lane priority. That's the big issue with the Kai'Sa, is that you pretty much lose every single trade, and now Pretender out in no man's land.
Yeah, one more time, Audacious Charge and the Shield of Duran means that he's going to get 1-2'd, and just before his flash comes off cooldown, man, I mean, we've been talking Pretender up. This might be the worst start we've seen from him in a while.
It's definitely been a bit of a bad look for him in this early game. We haven't seen this form of him since the let's just play Victor mid lane days. And you could also say the Rise doesn't exactly play like an assassin either, or big playmaking sort of champion that he has gotten his hands on before, like the Vex, which, though still winless, has looked pretty good from a mechanical standpoint.
Yeah, but those bread and butter champions have been getting punished. They showed very early, and MFT clearly came with a game plan to deal with it. So, 2 kills onto 665, looking for a third. Flash for flash. I think you take that trade because Pretender's been set so far behind already up against this Galio, but he's got to be careful. 665, I mean, could be in trouble. Renhouse stepping a little far forward, but he's in the problem. They tag back in 2v3, but it's not just 2, is it? Because the Galio's coming into the party. Onslaught Shadows from Holo. They do knock him up, interrupt him. Eminem is here, but so is the rocket from the Jinx. They turn on Holo for the quick kill. Exhaust on Eminem. Oh no! That was going to be, Renhouse did not have his ultimate in that, and 665 feeds the gold back to Pretender.
Ooh, that was a very, very slim edge there. If he gets that kill and lives just long enough to get that proc on his Triumph, it could have ended up in 2 more kills for 665. But we see the side of MFT. I mean, 665, this man knows what he wants when he wants it. So he's a very one-track mind. And Frank Esports, they are here in time to respond to it, but a well-placed ult coming in from Whale really turns that fight. Otherwise, this is an absolute wipe for Frank Esports.
Yeah, 665 is adhering to the tenets of the school of Pongye for junglers. Looking very good and aggressive. Unfortunately, runs out of steam just a bit there and allows Pretender to get some gold back on a bounty as well. So that's going to be a breather for the Frank Esports mid laner, but the pressure continues to mount on them right now. With a 2,000 gold lead, Herald going to be started up here. This shouldn't be contested. Hurt's the only one who's really in position to do it. And Frank might be looking to set up a flip on the Dragon, but it's still 45 seconds away.
Yeah, and for the side of MFT, securing this one. I mean, really, they've just kind of got a stranglehold on the objectives early game, right? They got that first dragon, now they're in position for second dragon, but Hollow trying to kill Whale.
Already pre-flash, but does he have the damage? No, he doesn't! Oh dear! Renhow to the rescue, and that does mean they can't quite get it done, and Rift Herald Eye crushed in the mid. This is going to be first brick without anyone here to try and contest it, as Pretender had been brought bot to try and make a play. MFT just on the up and up when it comes to the positioning. And perhaps the read was a little bit wrong there from Frank.
Now, Frank Esports seem to be a little bit behind on the play. Now, K2 Eminem. Oh, maybe they, yeah, they are just going to go ahead, concede this next dragon. MFT get themselves onto 2. We'll see what kind of Dragon Soul we're going to have.
Ooh, Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno. So, Inferno helps out considerably for both squads because MFT, you know, melee, you'd like to have a little bit more burst for that Wombo and the side of Frank Esports. If this ends up being an AP Kaisa, all the more reason to go AP Kaisa now. She's going to hurt from infinite range. That's one of the plus points coming in from an AP Kaisa. You kind of suck in all-ins, as I'm sure many players have found out in their ARAM games. But when it's not an all-in, and you just poke endlessly, press W over and over again from infinite range, the other team has no other choice but to just malt. Yeah,
I think there's not a lot else they can do. Ooh, interrupt! Not much they can do to follow up, but that was cheeky. Yeah, there's so many deep wards here from Frank down bottom side. It looked like they really wanted to hard commit to that dive lifestyle, but unfortunately for them, they haven't really been able to find an answer on Whale. And I do think Whale and Renhow have been playing really well together against a powerful duo of Eminem and K2. Admittedly, it's the Jinx versus Kaisa, but still.
Yes, they've held up well, and 665, I love that aggressive approach towards that blue buff. Helps out that it is, of course, Inferno Rift, so he can just book it straight at that buff. It forces the smite to come down from Hollow, and that means Pretender gets blue buff denied away from him, which is relatively important to make sure you speed up and accelerate stacking that tier. But he is almost fully completed on that item, and I look at the rune choices here, and I feel like I'd love to have seen Hollow take the Conqueror and Pretender be the one to have the phase rush rather than the other way around. You need that extra mobility when you don't have the flash available on the Rise, whereas on the flip side, they're 4 melee. Like, Conqueror is really, really nice here for this Hecarim.
Speaking of the Hecarim, Holo does want to try and push off this tower. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Last plate secured.
Defender's here, though.
It's now or never. You got to go in, but they're actually keeping them at arm's length, so the tower won't fall, but all of the plates get destroyed before the end, and it's MFT that have just done so much better on these towers, even knocking down 2 in the mid lane. Eminem's going to have a while to get online. We've been keeping an eye on his build right now. He's got a serrated Dirk and building towards a Muramana.
Yeah, a lot of scaling itemization coming in from Frankie Sports.
Oh,
Ooh,
at 665.
665.
He knows he's got backup. It's the
Galio.
hero's entrance, and immediately Eminem blast cones away. Holo uses his ult for the defense. They just don't have the damage. And Taco's on Kurt. Oh no!
Nar action!
He finally gets Mega Gnar, but he doesn't want to use his own ult right here. There it goes. The rocket misses, and he's forced to flash away.
Wait. Okay. Interesting. This is a hull breaker. Gnar, by the way, flashing away from the trade. That's never a good look.
Yeah.
Especially since you essentially complete that item to take the 1v1s. Now 665 may have overextended. This time he doesn't have Galio ult.
Okay, he burns the flash to get away from that one. Yeah, okay, so a little bit of overextension and a little bit of questionable engage plays on either side there. Man, Kurt, yeah, if you are bailing out of a fight when you're the one with Hullbreaker, that's rough, buddy.
Yeah, it's not a fantastic look in that regard, and now it's tough to see where Frank Esports get back into this game immediately because they're scaling. And it feels bad to say that because there's really nothing else, right?
Yeah.
You're waiting for these items to transform. You almost can't take a fight because you're playing with half an item.
They need to knock
these
down
items
towers.
are completed, but they're not in their final form.
Yeah, it's going to be a little while, and unfortunately, towers are going to be hard for Frank to take right now because it's just really good split defense with the 1-3-1 coming out from MFT here. It's going to be difficult to get a push on. All that standing gold isn't going anywhere, and Frank can be on the offensive if they want. That Death Brush is sort of sniffed out by Renhao, and that's going to be the first dragon. Frank are in position to try and start it. It would be first for them, I mean. But the rest of Meta Falcon team are here when just hits level 11. This is a big spike, and yeah, you're right. No Narbar on this one. I think you have to give it up.
Nago's coming in from the side. He'll be able to secure his own Gnar ultimate, and again, he has better Gnar.
Okay, this buys a moment here. If Holo can come in for the steal.
Go soon.
665 in the back of the pit, tanking it up, smite it down, and the go button is pressed. He's into his ultimate, and now they're just going to tag their way once more. Holo just going to get knocked up along with K2 and Eminem. It's a beautiful fight there from Meta Falcon team. Whales running wild, and only Pretender lives.
Oh, man. I mean, this is why we don't see Wen's Galio. It's just... It's very similar to Uniboy and, well, not to the same degree, but it's similar to giving Uniboy his Zoe. It's just, this is a completely different team, and what they can do on the map changes drastically when they get this particular pick, because you see the zone control coming in, the decimation onto Frank Esports. This is, again, a fight they're taking without item transformation, so it makes no sense for them to take this fight because they're essentially fighting with one arm tied behind their back, but they take it nonetheless, and that's going to have huge ramifications because essentially you're going to lose that third dragon regardless. But now you've given them a lot more gold to work with. They now acquired that second Rift Herald, which, while it doesn't offer you additional plate gold because there's no plates left, the potential to just get a tier 2 is really explosive because then you can just fully control the vision in a particular quadrant to either focus for Infernal Soul or try and get that Baron.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit rough for Frank because they needed time, but they kind of shorted themselves on it right now. You could have just backed away. They clearly didn't want to take the engagement, but they weren't committed to just backing off of it, and as a result, they lose out huge. And now the damage threats start to be developed. You see the Kraken Slayer and, of course, the Phantom Dancer on the Jinx. Really good positioning there for Whale, and great defense for the team, allowing him to open fire. And also, when just was watching Mission earlier and says, hold my beer, because he's got some damage items starting to stack right now. 7 stacks on the Darksteel. I would not be surprised if we saw the big book coming out again. And Hurt is deleted off the map, courtesy of Taco and 665. It's open season on towers. Sure, Pretender gets an objective bounty, but, I mean, that's about it.
Pyra.
Yes, Nightstar.
PCS Gnar strikes again.
It does. Again, there are a few rules in PCS. One of them, don't give Uniboy Zoe. 2 of them, number 2 is, don't play Gnar if your name's not Hanabi.
And now it's a Rift Herald getting a charge on
Inhibitor.
to an in-hit.
They might want to just end this right here. Oh, we have a real chance at a Dancing Shelly. It's not going to happen, but that would have been something.
That's
But
almost a full Nexus Tower down, though. So,
yeah.
like, this is a very...
This is a 9k gold lead at 20 minutes.
rough spot is an understatement, I think. Not sure if that's what you also think, but rough is certainly an understatement.
If you are a Frank Esports fan right now, you're definitely sweating a little bit because this is terrifying. Pretender, yeah, it doesn't even want to take the party portal. You need time.
Get some vision.
Yeah. I mean, it's something. At this point, something is better than nothing. One thing we do want to check in with is of course, the build on the Rise, because we asked about...
Okay, Seraphs.
We have a Seraphs, okay.
So... that makes it even stranger why he wouldn't go for the Phase Rush. Yes, you get healing from both Seraphs and Conqueror, and Conqueror also gives you a little bit additional damage on top of it, but at the same time, you love to have the extra movement speed because you are a little more squishy on this champion, and you should just rely on, using the move speed and then being able to get additional spell rotations off to get that health back. As Seraphs, in its current iteration, isn't quite the power tool it used to be, just giving you a lot more AP, but rather it gives you healing on spell casts.
Yeah, so a little bit curious there, and I think there have been a number of curious choices from Frank Esports. This is a 21-minute Infernal Soul, by the way, completely uncontested.
Uncontested.
That is rough. That is the definition of rough if you're facing it down. You better hope you got late game.
Yeah. I'm running out of... I mean, I didn't have that many song references to begin with. But
you blew them all in the last game with the
yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how to reference this game.
You know what? I got one. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. There we go.
I was about to go... MFT came in like a wrecking ball.
Oh, okay. Your music taste is a little bit different than mine, my dude. But you know what? That's okay. Let's see if this Baron can get finished up. Meanwhile, Taco kind of just holding the line. Here's the chance for the steal. It doesn't go through, though. Holo tried, but the smite was not right. And now the fight will go in favor of Meta Falcon team. They lose Taco, but they do trade for Holo and the Baron. Net gains here as MFT looking to cash in big time.
Yeah, MFT, the price was right for them in that fight because they get they go 1-for-1 and they get the Baron. They also have super minions up in that top side. They can essentially just escort that super minion wave to just go ahead and end the game because there is no front line remaining left for the side of Frank Esports. Remember, this is a damage Rise and he doesn't have the extra mobility, although Hollow's still back in here, but his itemization isn't exactly quite there yet. They are looking for the engage. They need to find one before the game just ends.
They got one Nexus turret to try and hold things on here. Kurt does get a massive Gnar ultimate. Maybe that's a chance as 665 gets taken up by Eminem. Taco going in, gets instantly exhausted. They have to make a beeline back to the fountain because they lose Kurt in the engage. But the wave is gone. Frankie Sports are clinging to life. They don't even go for the full heal. Eminem, he would need to go deep there on the Killer Instinct, but it's a dangerous game to be playing. And I think MFT don't have enough substance to finish this.
Wow, that's actually massive because now Eminem, he has the Nashers completed and he has the Muramana completed. So he's actually in a decent power spike. Just needs that third item, which probably won't come in until the game has clearly flipped in much closer to their direction. But it's certainly a start. And now we're looking, maybe Hollow gets a little bit more tanky. At the very least, he's going for a tanky build here, given how far he's kind of set himself behind. But MFT are also clear power breakpoints because you look, there's double Zanyas, there's double stopwatches. This fight is very, very difficult for Frankie Sports to win because of how many stasis are available for MFT.
Not to mention the pure stats diff right now. Full Soul Infernal against the likes of Frank Esports having absolutely nothing.
They need the poke to land coming in from Eminem. He is playing a little bit of that AP Kaisa version flare, so this empowered W's coming in with the Yumi buff. They need to land like 10 of them.
Yeah, in a row, and they're out of inhibitors. Well, one back up on the top, but that could be an easy rotate here. As 5 members strong, MFT managed to break bot lane. One Nexus turret is all that stands between them and victory.
Kurt has to find a way in. Mega Gnar's going to expire, and now, like, MFT, they can just go.
665, he does get caught for a second, stuck in a rune prison, but Kurt is going to get knocked and bopped and rooted, and Whale takes him down. Here goes the Hecarim ultimate, but it is too little. It is too late. Eminem and Pretender can do nothing but watch their Nexus fall. The Meta Falcon team.
MFT, this was the form they showed at the beginning of the split, and this is why Wen's Galio has just been essentially perma-banned. But Frankie Esports, they allow it to come through, they allow the Jinx to go through, and the idea to go for the Kaisa Yumi theoretically made a lot of sense. If it got to scale, it made sense. Unfortunately, the mid jungle was just absolutely in favor of MFT, and we've seen it very consistently in PCS. Mid jungle has decided a lot of these much faster paced games because it's just a giant void if all of a sudden you just lose that early on.
Yeah, really good presence from 665 in the early game to set things up. We got to see glimmers of that hyped jungler that we were hoping for. We did see him earlier on in the split, but like it kind of all but disappeared. It seemed like it was just a flash in the pan. But the return happens today at a right time. They can lock playoffs today. All they need is Hurricane Gaming to lose the next game for them to be fully confirmed into it. And at the same time, yeah, I think we got kind of another example of why you have to ban Wen's Galio. It's definitely a strong champion. He got to go for the AP build. Didn't get as far along it as Mission did, but it was still fascinating to see. And you can see why they like to play around these champions that have these like semi-global ultimates to make trouble for the opposite team.
Yeah, and the Galio pick just empowers 665 that much more, right? Because you think about the Rise pick, yes, even with his ultimate, you don't create a giant zone control around your jungler. The jungler still has to be smart about his decision making. But 665 can essentially tunnel vision on a couple of these things. And remember, this is a young team. You know, sometimes you aren't able to multitask and juggle everything you need to do properly at early on in the career. So, you know, it makes a lot of sense. Give him the Galio. If he ever overextends, it's not you overextending, it's them overextending because they're coming into a Galio ult now.
Absolutely. I also want to give a shout out to Renhao. I think, you know, we've seen a number of games now that he has been more effective at his job than Epic. And I think nowhere was that more apparent than while they had a winning lane, Whale was able to hold off all the M&M aggression, keep them at bay, and keep the gold game down. They even managed to survive a couple of dive attempts down bottom, and I think you want to give some credit to this support player that they brought in to have a little bit better map awareness, have a little bit better defensive maneuvering, and allowing this team to get where they needed to go. Everyone kind of did their job today on MFT, and I think that was the difference. There was well, Eminem needed overtime, unfortunately, but he didn't get it in this one, and a big part of why is 665. We got to see him step it up on the Zinzao today.
Finally, he gives us that dominating performance that we've been missing for such a long time. Really oppressive in the jungle. Hollow shoved out of his own jungle. And almost in that same category of PCS Gnar, I almost feel like PCS Hecarim has just been very, very underwhelming.
Absolutely. I think he had a good opportunity and he took it. But part of the issue was, I think the Champions Frankie Sports picks just didn't really line up with what they needed. So unfortunately, they dropped the game. They have not yet locked their playoffs, but MFT certainly going to be cheering for Deep Cross next time around, as we will be seeing if they can get that lock-in on the playoffs. It has been exciting to see this squad develop, Frank.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these squads can go ahead lock in playoffs with a Hurricane Gaming loss, but it also means that MFT now tied with Frankie Sports, and if Impunity win their game, which still a relatively tough task against Beyond Gaming, but if they get that win, then we have a three-way tie for that 6th slot, which is important because then you start out of the lower bracket.
Absolutely, that does make all the difference. Well, that game's done and dusted. We're turning the corner. We got 2 more to go, but don't go anywhere. Right after this, Deep Cross Gaming take on Hurricane.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean.
All right, welcome back, everybody, once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. We got 2 more games to close us out here in Week 5 as we get ever closer to locking everybody in or out of playoffs. And speaking of, this game has a lot on the line for that one, but before we talk about it, I do want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, CTBC Bank, and of course, Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Nightstar, Deep Cross Gaming, and Hurricane Gaming may be on very much opposite sides of the bracket, but this one does mean a lot to both of them.
This is a game with a lot of standings ramifications, right? For Hurricane Gaming, this is their playoffs on the line. If they lose this game, they are pretty much out, especially if Impunity does win their next game somehow against Beyond Gaming. They will lock in playoffs and officially knock out Hurricane Gaming if they lose here. So That's Hurricane Gaming playing for their spot. But on the flip side for DCG, currently at 11 wins. If they lose, then they're stuck in a tie with J-Team for second. And right behind them are CFO at 10 wins and BYG yet to play, currently at 9 wins. They could get to 10 themselves here today. And that's a very condensed area right below PSG. And if they win, then they create some separation, but also keep themselves in contention for first.
A lot of jockeying for position amongst the various J teams, or the J Team Cinematic Universe, as some have dubbed them. And of course, Mega Man Beyond Gaming making a name for themselves in there as well. So, yeah, it's very tough. You can't afford to be asleep at the wheel because a team could very easily overtake you, and especially for Deep Cross, who are currently holding on to that number 2 spot. If you lose that, you lose the playoff bye. I mean, that's a huge difference. And sure, they've only lost to PSG recently, but again, you don't want to drop anymore. Now, the team that they're facing, Hurricane Gaming, have had a lot of struggles. As you mentioned, they need a win to stay alive for the playoff game. It could still get totally taken out of their hands anyways, but they control their own destiny for this game at least. And a win here would be massive, but they've only been able to find it against Sem9, the team just below them in the bracket so far.
Yeah, and it's not like Hurricane Gaming haven't had their moments, but when it comes to finishing out the game 100%, that of course has been their big issue. They've had advantages in a couple of these games, they've looked good in a couple of these games, and then they've, in spectacular fashion, lost the game.
Much like a storm, it does seem like Hurricane kind of blows itself out a little bit after a while, and it is unfortunate to see. If there is some power there, I think it's up in top and down in bottom. ICU definitely has the mentality of the player who will just jump up in your face and get the solo kill. We like to see him on the things like the Jace. I think his Jax had potential. I mean, we got an Aurelia game out of him. It didn't win, but still. At the same time, Bang 2, I think, is the other one, and it's good that we're highlighting him because he has been the bright spot consistently on this roster. Unfortunately for him, he's going up against, in my opinion, likely rookie of the split here with Criscata.
Now, Criscata looking absolutely fantastic. Of course, both ends of the spectrum for DCG, with Leaky in the top side, Criscata in the bot lane. These are two very young players who have stepped up massively for this team and become big carry roles, and given that Nesty has really driven his focus towards those side lanes instead of looking to win lane.
Absolutely, and I think that's been one of the reasons that Deep Cross just had such a breakout performance to kick things off. It all really began when they faced off against the old J team, and they were clearly prepared not just to beat them, but also to meme them afterwards, and you have to respect that kind of debut.
Absolutely. And now, when it comes to this bot lane matchup, I think Bang 2 really shines when a lot of the AD carries have been taken off the table. When you do get the opportunity to play a Jhin and play an Ezreal without as many repercussions of having to run into a Jinx or run into an Aphelios. We'll see if he also has the Xayah in his back pocket, or if he has any sort of counter to that Xayah pick himself. Could also just, be that Ezreal Jhin who... these are two champions that kind of are okay into a lot of these matchups, but unfortunately don't necessarily push the envelope enough when it comes to either scaling or the lane phase.
Yeah, I think that's been the issue, is it's just not quite the optimal choice for what the meta's asking for right now. On the other hand, you have a lot of ground to cover and a lot of holes to try and fill, because we just haven't seen all that much out of the likes of Olio or Cha-Cha. I think Enhau's been serviceable, but you are playing with two players that are remote, that are playing over in mainland China. It can be a little bit rough. Communication can be an issue as well, and it's the same problem that this team had under the Alpha Esports banner, right? The difference now, though, is that you do have, I think, more consistency out of your bot lane, and you need to be able to play through it. You need to be able to set up for it. Barring that, yeah, we need to see a lot more out of Olio and Cha-Cha.
And Cha-Cha, it's not like he hasn't been in positions where he could succeed. He, of course, was 6-1 in a game earlier on Rise, But then they continue to funnel resources into ICU. So it's very clear that ICU really dominates a lot of the communications, and perhaps maybe multitasking a little, or stretching himself a little bit too thin. Just because of the fact that we saw yesterday, they had advantages. It looked like they had the game. And then ICU just goes ahead, goes hammer form onto Gwen, and just instantly dies when he knows everyone is coming towards him. So he gets massively punished there. They end up losing the game because of that. So it's hard to get a full game performance from this Hurricane Gaming squad.
Yeah, I think that's the issue, right? Is like there is very clearly something happening or not happening when it needs to in the communications. ICU is still a very strong player, but he kind of flexes a little bit on that solo queue mentality a little too much. I mean, this is a guy that named himself Aurelia Carry You. It does make sense that he would try to be the carry in a lot of situations, but you have to be a little more versatile, and you have to be a little bit more map aware. And if you're not, your team needs to help you out. So something clearly is missing there. And I think that's the problem, is that they do try to tunnel a little bit on giving him the tools to succeed when other teams can shut that down very effectively. They don't really have a great sense of where they need to go on the map and what they need to do. And that's why we've really only seen this squad outclass Sem9, who just have a worse sense of it.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate where Hurricane Gaming are, because when you get someone that has big name potential like ICU, you'd like to get a little bit more out of that talent. And so far, this particular split hasn't happened. But really, if they are able to crack into playoffs and you get that mental reset of saying, hey, let's just throw out the regular season. It's a single elimination bracket for us. If we make anything happen, we make anything happen. And anything from there is just really a big plus. And hopefully they're able to take that momentum, then move it into next split.
But it does have to start today, and they have to do it up against really, really tough opponents. I think Deep Cross Gaming, we were talking in the pre-show about, like, well, what is this team's weakness, right? And I think one word came to mind. It was mechanics, and in some of the players, that's definitely true. We've talked up some of the younger players, but some of the more experienced players have shown a little bit of oddball tendencies from time to time. And I think that is something that a team that is all together can exploit. I don't know if Hurricane's up to the task. That's an opportunity.
Yeah, Nesty has clearly not been the finest laner, and he also tunnels himself into picks that really play for the team, which is like, it's a nice team player mentality. But when you are up against these more well-rounded teams and teams that can exploit you in the mid lane, think CFO, then that's going to be big problems moving forward. So while it might not get punished early on in the regular season, especially in playoffs, that will be something really to look out for.
Yeah, and I think the flip side of it too, when you're not playing a very aggressive or necessarily like a very strong mid laner, you also have to keep an eye on what Hana's going to be doing. And Hana has not been necessarily the most aggro, the most all over the map. He's an experienced player for sure, but he definitely takes it on the back foot a little bit. And I wonder if that can't be exploited by teams out in the early game. But we'll see if Hurricane can do it. We're into picks and bans now. Rise and the Galio both banned away against Cha-Cha, as well as the Zaya against Bang 2. And on the flip, of course, Leaky does not get to play the Tryndamere, and the Zeri is removed from Cascada's pool. He's got to play it more than anybody else, it seems.
I will say Leaky has, the nice KDA setup, has the KDA headset and the mouse pad. So love that.
It's a swag combo.
Would love to get one of those for myself. DCG hit me up. But it will be the first pick, Gwen, is Hurricane Gaming. They do go ahead, deny away the Hecarim. So when it comes to what's next for Nesty, you're actually kind of just looking at the TF, because they did ban away the Rise, they banned away the Galio themselves.
Yeah, so interesting choices here. It looks like Hurricane are going to be starting off on their jungle, as this has primarily been an Olio champion when they pick up the Graves. They will wait to the last second to lock it in. I mean, they could switch things up. I suppose it's still a flex. We just haven't seen it out of ICU yet.
Yeah, not a whole lot from him. We also did see Gemini pick up the Graves down in the jungle, so we do have an instance of another player besides Aliel locking it in.
Okay.
And it did get a win, and now Jin is locked in, but
Jin also got a win too.
Aphelios, both available.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bang 2's hoping he can be Bang 4, I guess, in this one. But it's going to be tough against Chris Jinx. He has been running wild on it, the most played champion for him. And Hana gets the Xin Zhao, a very hotly contested pick. And he, of course, has not lost on it this split. Over to Hurricane, looking to round out their bottom side. They do grab the Nautilus at the very least. So it's an interesting combination so far. We'll see what the bands reveal.
Yeah, clearly setting up for a pick composition with the Nautilus Jin combination, but at the same time, going into the second phase, you know that you are going to get denied something like a Jace, because you know ICU loves that Jace pick, and if you don't lock it in the first phase, you will get that removed in the second, or at least you should. But Hurricane Gaming, they go ahead, ban away the Tom Kench, which we've seen, I feel, an abnormal priority.
Yeah,
and
it's been a lot.
Yeah, and for DCG, they go ahead, take away the Kali, and I would assume the Jace for the second one. It
would make sense. Well, you got to clip ICU's wings a little bit here. You don't want to give him an opportunity to start hyperscaling and add to that dive comp. I think you put him on the back foot and force him into champions like the Gnar. Hopefully not Gragas duty. I don't want to say that again. I think he's kind of wasted on it. I mean, the Aurelia could come out again, but like he's up against Leaky's clan. That's going to be so tough.
Yeah, and will BTF removed from Nesty, which means that he's going to be pretty limited when it comes to some of these roaming champions, and we might be stuck in the spot where he's playing Predator Veigar once more, which I don't think is very good into that Hurricane Gaming composition, because they have the Jin and now the Jace, so pretty decent range. Unless if you're bringing some sort of, you know, smite play, or maybe you go for a
ooh,
okay,
it's Renata. It's Renata
really
to counter the pick. Yeah, but we always have to ask the question of what's the Nesty champion.
The Renata, okay, we'll go back to the Renata as we kind of contemplate what's going to be the Nesty pick. Still could be the Bard. Of course, Bard really hampered on this current patch. But
Ivern.
Mid-Ivern.
It's the return of the double enchanter.
There we go. I don't know if it's going to be Smite Ivern. I don't think so. We did see Fudge play the Ivern in the mid lane, I believe. So
I think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, we know what this champion can do, and it kind of just neutralizes things, but for the most part, it's about just constantly roaming and providing those extra shields and heals. And Chacha goes for a very fun pick that we haven't seen other teams pick up besides J-Team and a little bit of Beyond Gaming, and that is that Zoe pick.
Yeah, interesting choice at the end. Lock in the Zoe, dealing with
this range.
This is yeah, they've got a lot of pick potential there on the Hurricane Gaming side, but obviously Nesty playing to try and defend is an interesting choice in and of itself, and it is something that suits him as a mid laner, because he kind of doesn't like to mid lane. It feels like I feel like Nesty is like only in mid because that's the only place he can start, and then he leaves it as soon as possible. So it's another deep cross comp. What can you say?
The best part about mid lane is that you can reach both sides in equal amount of time.
It's true.
So if you're stuck in top lane, ooh, it's a long ways to reach that bottom lane. So, you know, he loves his mid lane, and we'll have to see if it ends up being a smite once we get onto the Rift, of course. But as things stand out, like, this Hurricane composition is not all that bad. It does well into the DCG comp, but compositionally hasn't necessarily been the issue for Hurricane Gaming. It's really about execution and being able to keep up with a team like DCG, who you know is just attacking early on, especially towards that jungle. So it's not going to be Cha that's coming in under fire. It's going to be Aliao getting pressured in his jungle.
Absolutely. I do think they have built a composition that does play to the strengths relative to each of the players. Very clear preference and comfort on a few of them. Bang 2 on the Jhin early on when the Aphelios was up. We'll see if that works out for him. It already did once. One of their 2 wins against Sem9 was on a Jhin. Take a look at our runes and masteries here as we get underway. And it is not going to be the smite for Nesty. Instead, he rocks himself a teleport.
Makes a lot of sense, right? Because there's been a lot of nerfs directed towards the double, or one big nerf directed towards double smite, and that is you're going to lose out on objective bounties pretty hard. So getting those delayed definitely sucks if you are put in a losing position. And Ivern does do well in getting in a couple of those items early on. So you do want to farm up what you can. Obviously, that's not a clear focal point for him, and it will be pretty stale starts.
Yeah. I want to talk a little bit about the Renata because Woody is one of only 2 players in the PCS to have a win on this champion. I think it may be a little bit unfair because some of the picks were chosen a little weirdly. We've got a starting replay here in the game. Oh no, Cha!
He's getting out of base faster.
He did. I mean, yeah. I just saw the cooldown, and I'm like, oh wait, oh. Okay,
hey, he got it. He got it.
That's called giving your. That is called giving your opposing mid laner a handicap.
But he doesn't know.
Mind games.
Yeah. See, he's already trying to big brain DCG, who are known to be, the big brains of the league. So
that's true. This is the like 5D chess like Galaxy Brain squad. Especially Nesty. Like, Nesty is...
Yeah.
Nobody knows what this guy's doing, and I don't even know if he does. It's the old cutie pie strategy,
is his team on tilt because they saw that?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what goes on in the Hurricane comms, man.
I mean, that is certainly something that we may never find out, because
Josh is just counting his cooldown. Like
we would talk about and ask about these questions in playoffs, but as it stands, Hurricane Gaming don't look like they're in a position to make playoffs.
Early start down on bottom. Woody kind of lets himself be used as bait and doesn't actually get punished too heavily. Kriskata with the rocket poke, shredding through Bang 2 and Enhao early on. Here comes Alio into the mid lane. They wanted to try and make a play on Nesty, but he's going to be able to stay nice and safe. This is what an Ivern does, everyone.
We're going to have pretty interactive gameplay, I feel, for the first early on portion of this game.
Bushes everywhere. What if we get a Ocean Rift with an Ivern?
What if we got Hana on Rengar instead?
Well, that'd be different. That would be also really awesome. But it doesn't happen. Ignite burned by Cha for just kind of getting Nesty out of lane? Maybe that's what he wanted?
Lane priority, I guess, is the big ticket. Hey, at least it should force out the teleport, although I guess with the wave crashing, Nesty just gets access to the waves, and then he'll just go ahead, recall right after, and teleport back. But, the Zoe, you're going to be able to pick up extra summoners anyways. It is what it is.
Yeah, he's back. He's able to hang in there, and I think this is going to be a little bit of a difficult lane for Cha to try and find the opening there. I do want to keep an eye on Hana. He's actually in the opposite side of the jungle, and it looks like he's just waiting for Olio. But he got impatient. He wants Grump, and he wants it now.
And he actually starts it out a lot early. Yeah, so he's going to get spotted out. Everyone's going to kind of make a rotation over here. And we could just have an early 4v4.
We might. Woody getting some early poke down there, and we'll be able to clear the ward away. Actually, Nesty on the roam as well, so nicely done. As they just are going for the full-on Gromp fight. You have to respect that. I mean, Woody can do a lot on the handshake early. Wait, what? I see you. What is going on up there?
He
Can't
sees
find a
blood.
Gwen. He did get a ghost out of that.
He did, and
he's missing farm too.
He's going to get zoned off, which is a bit of the issue.
He just missed 3 minions.
Yeah, I suppose if he hits a shock blast here, there's okay. No, if he hit that accelerated shock blast, he could just go flash EQ with the hammer form and
he would have done it
potentially
too.
get a kill. Yeah, absolutely. But now Leaky very close to hitting level 6. Once he does, that's when kill pressure really shifts towards the Gwen because the Jace, of course, at level 6 doesn't get additional value. He is kind of capped out.
Ooh, look at Cascada immediately throwing the Flame Chompers to try and zone off the Jhin. Bang 2 does some damage, but not nearly enough. And how burns the Ignite. I feel like that was a bit of a miscommunication. That fight already seemed to be winding down.
And still 2 stacks left, so we'll be able to heal a little bit. And now Rome coming in.
Here comes Hana. And how in Bang 2 on the run. That's going to be the root up as Woody flashes forward to set the play up. On the handshake, they will be able to find a lot of damage, forcing a flash out of Enhao as well. And they're going in for round 2 because Bang 2 stuck around a little bit too long. But he does get out. No sums on bot lane.
Everything burned down in that Hurricane bottom lane here. And this is a great start. Now
Here comes Daisy too.
I mean, now it's a 2v1.
Yep.
See, Nesty doesn't need Hana because he's brought his own jungler. Or forester.
I mean, it just depends on the climate you're in, right? Like, I know it's called a jungle, but you gotta look at the trees. They're very, like, a lot of, like, deciduous stuff. I do think it really is a forest.
Yeah. So, now he's gonna get his own blue buff. Because Ivern thinks. Yeah. Ivern does have a lot of potential in that regard because he does essentially double the amount of buffs you do have access to. So that's always a fun mechanic. I'd love to see teams explore the champion a little more, but I mean, it has clear weaknesses if you do throw it in the jungle, right? Because you can get outperformed by some of these ganking, more oppressive fighter junglers.
Well, speaking of fighting, talk about kill pressure top. Leaky's got a bit more of it. Well, that's a good turn back by ICU, though. Yeah.
I'm surprised Leaky just doesn't kill him. He has ult. Could have just like one shot the Jace there.
Maybe he's waiting for the ghost to come back up so he can go for like a chase down if he needs it. I don't know. Be curious up there.
I'm not sure if Alio. I mean, maybe he was concerned about some sort of roam coming in. I wasn't quite paying attention to the map in that instance, but like, he definitely had a kill on his hands, and unfortunately, kind of misses out on that opportunity. And now Hana starts out the Rift Herald. Should be a pretty easy take.
Yeah, he's gonna. There's no prio from anyone on Hurricane, right? So like they've just been able to own control of the river. Started with the dragon. He's got bush control as well. Thanks, Ivern. Thank Mr. Ivern. It's just a very green rift. By the way, we are on track, I think, for an Ocean. Unless second one is. Wait a minute! Ooh, a big root down onto Cascada. And they had Ignite. 1 Jhin shot, 2 Jhin shot. Hello! Bang 2 into manages to get a kill. That was a nice play.
Oh, wow. Okay, the rookie bot lane managing to outperform the DCG upstarts here. Highlighting this as our highlight matchup really did come true. And, I mean, Cascada, kind of a, not gonna lie, that was kind of a BS hook.
Yeah, but you got to deal with it, you know? I mean, Cascada finds himself on the losing end of that one, and now you see why the Jhin pick came in here when Aphelios was up. Clearly, Bang 2 just has, I mean, he lined those shots really well, and Woody just couldn't quite cover for it.
Yes.
Really, really nicely done. And now that's, with First Blood, a little bit of an edge to Hurricane. Remember, this is a team fighting for their playoff lives that may not matter after the next game, but for right now, they're still in it to win it.
Yeah, just bring to everyone's attention, of course, if Hurricane Gaming lose and the side of Impunity win, it will be Impunity locking in their spot, and Hana is
that's a death
tempting
rush.
fate.
A little bit, but he's not going to go into the danger zone. He's actually just heading straight into the mid. Yep, Chacha's going to have to play, guess the part of the bush Ivern's in if you want to hit with the Paddle Star. Very long-named game.
Yeah, now it will be DCG forcing the way into this river area and getting that vision stripped away from the side of Hurricane Gaming. And then we wait, because there's no dragon up available. We're jostling for vision down in the area when it isn't necessarily coming into play right away.
Yeah, definitely one of those slower games where we're going to see a couple of breakout moments so far. And careful. Oh, Woody gets hooked again by Enhow. Friscata opens up, but that's going to be the curtain call. Here comes Olio. I think Woody's going to be left for dead. Does send out the hostile takeover, but he has already gone out of business.
Oh,
and Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands from downtown as Nesty is not going to be able to find anything there.
Unfortunately, Daisy unable to block that one. But we'll still be able to walk away. And, I mean, Hurricane Gaming, they've got a 2-kill lead.
Yeah, this bot lane's been looking pretty good.
They've got a
Leaky?
very...
Hold up. Needles. Needles stronger than hammers.
Yeah. I'm surprised it's taken Leaky this long to just go. But now,
Oh, wait.
Okay.
From a distance from downtown.
Oh, it looks good.
Can he go? Friscato with the rocket kill. Oh, it's beautiful when it happens.
Oh, I wish it actually showed ICU's player cam in that instance. Just to see what his reaction was, because, man, that's gotta be a killer.
I mean, we see him right now. Yeah, that when you get killed by that, when you're backing in plain sight, easy to line up. So many Jinx rockets thrown out on cooldown for the hopes of that, but rarely do we actually get to see it happen.
Yeah, getting those snipes, that's
Friscata needed that.
Friscata got additional gold into his pocket. You deny a little bit of back timing coming in from ICU, so he actually loses out on a little bit of minions in the XP. Still teleports straight back to lane to try and crash. But it's, you know, the ever so small advantages here and there. And it does matter, especially when now Leaky does have his own mythic completed, and he is able to match, you know, the typical cheap itemization from something like a Jace.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference there as the Rift Maker's completed and Rift Herald was used. DCG setting themselves up some vision around this jungle, and now Olio, solo on the blue, gonna have to fight for it and just gets outsmited by Hana. And insult to injury, SC can grab one when he wants to. Gonna be Cloud Dragon, and by the way, we are on track right now for an Ocean Soul. This is the most excited I get for one of these at Star, because we just have bushes everywhere. What are we gonna get? Oh, tag away.
Oh, okay.
Observer. Yes. Oh, it's mountains!
Oh.
Well, maybe next time. All right, Leaky on ICU. No sums on the Jace. He goes to the skies, the needlework, the snip, and Leaky will get the solo kill.
It's taking a little bit for him, but he's done it. He's gone and done it. Regardless of, you know, it not being an Ocean Rift, yes, you do lose out on extra bushes, but when you do get, of course, extra terrain, it still makes these extra boosters very annoying to deal with, right? Because you've got less room, and now you're essentially forced to face check more areas. Now, Aliyah, this is...
not again.
This is not what you want. I mean, yes, there's no ultimate on Leaky, so he can't actually kill you, especially if you're under tower, but there's always that concern, right? If you take a little bit too much chunk damage, then maybe Leaky just doesn't need to use ult.
It's true. While the damage dealers are starting to get kills and starting to get items and scaling up, we do see the completed mythic for Nesty, the Moonstone Renewer, coming in. So let the healing and shielding begin. It's going to be a very difficult game for Hurricane to find kills as they scale up, but they're off to a good start if, you know, they don't throw it away by ICU getting got.
Been seen. I've been scenes, but
that's the past
I mean,
tense. Yeah.
This is an interesting, breakpoint here because Hurricane Gaming, they have all their poke itemization online, double eclipse.
Gonna go in. They actually do find Hana, but it doesn't matter in the Crescent Guard. And as they send out the big gas here on the takeover, they find a lot of damage, but no kills. However, they're lining them up for a Leaky. That's one, that's two, and cutting the team down to size. Then two might open the curtains, but Nesty says, your show is canceled. ICU comes back. Oh boy,
Leaky,
wait a minute,
though,
Leaky.
that's the ghost pop.
Oh, he's gonna go for it right now. I don't think he cares
He's
anymore.
immune.
Sees the opportunity. Oh, he can't quite do it. Can't quite do it.
He has 2 levels on ICU.
Yeah. 3
This
now.
is a Rift Herald in the mid lane fire.
Yeah, it's another charge. Deep Cross opened up a pretty big hole right there.
Ouch.
Yep.
For the side of Hurricane Gaming, I was gonna say you have all your poke itemization online because you have, the burst potential from double eclipse. You have Gale Force to finish off low health targets, but this composition sucks in all ends. You need to land poke before the fight starts, and as you saw there, they don't set up for poke.
Yeah.
You just kind of say. This was a little bit excessive.
Yeah. Look, he said he had a 2v2, and he's like, I got this, guys. It's a 2v2. It's fine. Not quite enough, and not quite enough damage. But, you know what? As we've said before, Nesty giveth and Nesty taketh away.
Yeah, and I was also going to say, coming into that fight, you have the Moonstone Renewer.
Oh.
Wait.
He was seen.
Yes, he was seeneth.
Yikes.
And he is now goneth.
Oh dear. Yeah, this Jace is having a little bit of a hard time right now. ICU continuing to show some struggles. And part of it is just, they gave Leaky the strong Gwen pick. And yeah, ICU likes to play these types of champions, but it's just such a big difference in terms of what they can get done. Tower's going to get knocked down here between Nesty and Hana. So that is going to be number 3 on the map. Number 3 on the map. None taken top, but that could change very quickly.
Yeah, and right now, it's not too dire here for Hurricane Gaming with the gold in particular. It certainly feels bad that they've essentially lost any semblance of map control for themselves. And that will be the big problem. But if they do get to set up and if they do land an accelerated shock blast into a Sleepy Trouble Bubble or Paddle Star, this is a combination that can do a lot of work from long range that DCG just don't get to respond to. It's going to be very important for them to get the proper shielding to neutralize whatever poke does come through and to heal up whatever they can get.
No, that's true. They have the opportunities. They have a comp. We talked about how this was a composition that really wasn't all that bad. It plays to the strengths of Hurricane's players. It has a set goal in mind, which we don't always get from them. The problem is just going to be the execution, and you are going to start to run a little short on time here because at 19 minutes, we've got a Drake stack here, Nightstar, and it's Mountain Soul. Comeback's going to be even harder against that.
Yeah, Mountain Soul will make it a lot more difficult because those extra resistances are going to be problematic given you are running double lethality carries, so the extra flat resistances will always be very much welcome in that regard. So if they are able to secure early Dragon Soul, that's incredibly detrimental because Hurricane Gaming at least needs to be close to those Last Whisper items. So if they at least snag the next Mountain Dragon, they give themselves a small chance.
There is always an opportunity if you can get back into this game. You don't want to give over Soul for free. You need to be able to get in position quick enough. But there's plenty of time before that's going to be an issue. As we are still sub 20 minutes. Hana, of course, getting his power jungle on. and the game has kind of settled into a little bit of a pattern. But Hurricane are trying to bait a trap. Bang 2 is doing his best to look tasty here in the mid lane. Woody and Criscata are stepping up. But the trap is snapped! And goodbye, Woody. Curtain call open as Criscata going to flash into safety, but here comes Nesty on a Daisy Olio on the back line. He wanted to get the kill, but what a huge shield comes through, and then how gets cut through by Leaky, so what looks like a good start turns into a 2v1.
Nice little use of the move sweep coming in from the gate. I see you there, but I mean, 2-for-1 trade for DCG. They're immediately going to turn for the Baron, and there's just no recourse coming in from the side of Hurricane Game because you've already lost your jungler. So unless if you land like
everything,
you know, three poke tools, then you could get them low enough to try it. But as it stands, there's just not enough time.
It doesn't look like it right now. No smite. You can't win the fight. It looks like that's going to be the Jhin taking down Bane 2 out of the equation. Oh boy, you had to try, but it was going to be oh so hard. Now things get even more difficult. Deep Cross looking to cruise their way to a 12th victory here, Nightstar. This would knock Hurricane out of the playoffs and shore up the #2 position for Deep Cross Gaming.
And Bang 2, he's really trying, right? He's 2-1-2. Has performed very, very well on the Jhin, setting things up for his team. But on the Jhin pick, that's really all you can do until you hit 6 items and you essentially just 2-tap everyone on the map. But before that, you're just utility. And Alio's he's just dead. He's not even utility.
He's just chow for DCG right now. And DCG they're not really going down. Like, sure, Woody is a little bit squishy and he did get caught out in that fight, but he wasn't the important member. Criscata stayed alive despite the best efforts of Olio.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, oh boy.
This
Ace race for ICU? Okay.
Yeah, this is ICU saying, guys, I hope you guys can hold on to the base because I'm just going to keep pushing. Don't
he turns off comms, goes on a mission. That's going to be inhibitor #1, traded for not even the inner turret.
He's recalling.
He's backing. I think this is the opening. DCG want to end this right here, right now. It's a hostile takeover, and Glask Industries is open for business. Deep Cross Gaming is open for the win, and the Nexus is about to be open as well. That's going to take it down, and here we go. DCG smell blood in the water, and with a decisive blow, they take ICU out of the game, keep Hurricane in their base, and knock them out of contention for the playoffs.
Not officially out yet, but their chances of making it in are very, very slim, Pyra. So, Hurricane Gaming, I mean, you can kind of see it in ICU's reactions. It's going to be a bit of a long off season, regardless of if they can somehow crack playoffs or not.
Yeah, you know, thank you for the correction. It's going to be so hard for them. It's not in their hands anymore. And, oof, is all I can say. You see the same problems. The communication seems to break down a little bit. The decision making at the end of those crucial moments. But for Deep Cross, it wasn't perfect for them, but still, this team looks strong. They look like a very strong #2 squad in the PCS. I think if they can fix up some of their issues, if they can get Nesty to maybe play a little bit more standard and a little bit more aggressive, maybe they can put a lot of teams on the back foot. Right now, it is hard to try and pick apart weaknesses on the squad because they are the second best team until otherwise proven.
Yeah, still, it is a hard team to prep for, especially, right? Because you can say, well, we can just beat Nesty and Lane. Well, what if he just starts bringing out these different champions like the Veigar, like the TF, like the Ivern in this particular game? They're very different play styles that all are essentially focused on not winning lane and scaling in some way, shape, or form. They scale very differently, but you're trying to attack the map in different ways. So it's a very difficult team to prep for, but I mean, that's what makes DCG DCG.
Yeah, and it's just that there's different threats in different sides of the map too, right? Like Nestie's certainly the most confounding and confusing one, but you've also got Kriskata to deal with, who had a very, very good game despite being set a bit behind early. I think that was some really good focus out of the side of Hurricane, but he got right back on the board. Great protection. I think Woody did what he needed to on the Renata Glass to try and set him up for success. The downtown Jinx Rocket, you love to see it. Always makes the highlight reels. And at the same time, Leaky, he definitely took a little longer to get going than I was expecting, but once he did, it was kind of no contest, right? Just easily able to just go after ICU time and time again, became that side lane threat. He had the more expensive build, and he achieved it a little bit faster, and that kind of tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, absolutely. Leaky in that top lane was an absolute menace. I would expect him to get that MVP. Kriskata, one of his down games, I would say. Because he didn't have a great lane phase. They got 2v2 killed, and the Renata Jinx combination, not sure if that was it. Renata against that composition of Hurricane Gaming, also not it, because there was just too much range, so you weren't able to see effective Renata gameplay in that regard, but at the very least, a lot of shielding for this Jinx.
Yeah, we did have the Hybrid coming, and Nestie playing his best second support. Even the Redemption picked up at the end there. But even when Kriskata and Woody weren't 100% on point, Leaky was able to pick up the pieces. I think Hana had some good engages there, and it was enough to win the game. So we'll hope to see some shoring up of a few of those weak points. But I'm willing to give Kriskata a little bit of a break if he doesn't perform perfectly in every single one of these games, because he's a rookie for crying out loud. He has been looking oh so good over the course of the split. And yeah, no doubts at all. Leaky wins it 606 on the scoreboard, 33% or near enough of his team's damage. And yeah, you know what? Nightstar, say the line.
What? Gwen's immune?
Is immune. Yeah. Immune to death, apparently.
We're also on the Leaky ship. Wait a second.
That's true. Objectively. Anyways, yeah, I think Deep Grass Gaming, they do have a deep lineup of talent for sure, and when a couple of players don't necessarily step up, there are always going to be others. We'll see if they can continue to improve as they push their way forward to playoffs. Right now, they've bought themselves a little bit of distance between them and the rest of the pack, and so far holding on to that second seed. Really excited to see if they can keep it going. Now, we got one more game to close out our week. It's going to be Beyond, taking on Impunity right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family. How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. I'm still Pyra, he's still Nightstar, and we have still got one game to bring y'all to close out this week. But before we do, I would like to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS happen. Now, Nightstar, on paper, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming taking on Impunity does seem fairly favored towards the former, but there's a lot on the line here, and Impunity have been stepping up.
Yeah, there certainly is a lot of standings consequences here for Impunity. If they win, they lock themselves in that playoff spot and really put them in firm contention for not only just playoffs, but also an upper bracket start by snagging that 6th seed. Whereas on the flip side for Beyond Gaming, if they want to keep themselves in contention for a higher seeding position, which you want to try and get top 3 at the very least, because if you get 3rd, you will play the 6th place team, and we can kind of clearly see the gap between even 5th and 6th in the standings.
Yeah, and that's a big deal, right? Especially because of how the teams have been laid out. You're much less likely to get into one of those like really tough team kill scenarios, best of 5, because of the squads in there, J-Team, CFO, Beyond. Speaking of, let's take a look at the roster, of course, along the way. This is a squad that, looking back to the start of the split, we were thinking, all right, how well are they going to do with a new mid and a new AD carry? And I think Wako has definitely stepped in to fill the doggo shoes nicely. And at the same time, I feel like Minji has developed a very specific style for himself. And it is not bad, but it is not always good.
Yeah, and I think Minji's champion pool has been the big issue for Beyond Gaming to adapt to, because last year we saw a lot of Orianna gameplay, which means at the very least, even if you can't find early gameplays, you will be able to still somewhat scale with your team fight because of how Orianna fits into a lot of compositions as just a strong team fighter. But when we get to take a look at the side of Impunity, they've also had their own set of issues, but really I would say the big focal point is quiet on Impunity. This guy, when given the opportunity, has had his stud moments. He's also had his dud moments. So, it's really a pretty hard coin flip player, but the stats comparison is going to go to the other side of the map in Kino and Pinway.
It is. I think anytime you're going to talk about, he's got to be somebody that you consider, because what he does, he's just really, really good at it. This is your classic engage support, and yes, you're seeing that right. This is a dude who plays set. He's drawn bans from it before, but obviously the Nautilus is the most played. He does a lot of Leona. He very much likes to go in. Doesn't necessarily care if he goes out, because he's usually trusting his AD carry to do the damage and the rest of his team. Pinway on the other side, he has definitely had more success than Kralix, the other support player on the side of Impunity. And he is somebody who has shown a lot more of the recon lately, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we see that hit the ban column on Beyond side, because that has been a strong point. But we are into picks and bans. Zeri, Tryndamere, pretty standard stuff, and then of course the Galio Gwen removed. I do think you have to try and target quiet a little bit, and the Gwen is very, very strong in the meta, so perma it is.
Yeah, I think they're looking at either a Rise ban or maybe the Xayah ban if they want to get Jinx into their own hands here on first pick. Wako, also one of those players that does play the Philios a little bit more than the Jinx, in my opinion, because he wants to be a little bit more lane dominant, but now the Tahm Kench gets taken away. Again,
high prio.
Kench is certainly an interesting prominence lately from PCS, and we'll see what Impunity decided to do with this last ban. Looking at that Minji Akali, so that gets taken away from them, and that means it's Jinx time, and Impunity should be Xayah at some point in these next 3 picks. But
they could Xayah Recon.
You could also go something like a Rise Hecarim, which has been the dominant combination. I feel like Xayah, both Xayah and Recon don't need the other in the relationship to actually work. Yeah.
No, that's fair. You can definitely move things about a little bit. It's a little better for the range. I do know that, Pinway, of course, has liked this recon. That's one of the reasons I thought it was a bit of an odd ban of the Tom Kench focus instead. But Usha, are we going to get the return of the Rek'Sai? We are! And the Ari lock. Ooh, baby. It's going to be an explosive start for Beyond.
As expected, Impunity looking to lock in that Xayah on that third pick. So this is really about getting early mid jungle priority, whether it's killing the other two laners or other two champions, or just having kill pressure and being able to roam a little bit more easily because of that kill threat. But for the side of Impunity, like Faith, this is probably one of his more comfortable champions. Taco, this is clearly his best champion in his champion pool. So these two picks do make a lot of sense for Impunity. It's just a matter of how do they fare against a lot more aggressive flair of Ari and Rek'Sai, which has a little bit more all-in and also a little bit more range against something like a Rise.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting thing for them here as we get into the picks and bans phase 2. Both teams targeting supports a little bit. The Rakan is removed, as is the Nautilus. Graves as well hit, so Liang won't get a chance to play that one.
Now it's just a matter of what they ban away here. It will be at least something directed towards that top side. Now, if we're looking at remaining top lane picks, there is, of course, the Jace. I could see Quiet take that one. I would expect Impunity to lock in the support here. And they go ahead and lock in the Leona. I would have preferred them to actually save Leona or their support pick for last because of the ability for Beyond Gaming to counter pick with something like a set. So an engaged champion is perfect to just hard slam with the set pick. They could also go for something like a Braum. And we'll see what they actually settle on. Of course, the Alistar, he's already played that before.
Yeah,
so that also makes sense.
And then, of course,
they
still
lock
in
the
Jace.
Yeah. This is... I mean, do I have to say it again? This is a Malphite angle?
I mean, yeah. But also... a Silas angle potentially. I don't know.
I mean, Silas is not good here. Yes, you get the Alistar, but you need to get into team fight phase. If this was a Rise top lane and maybe a Silas in the mid lane, that would have been really interesting. But it will be Gragas. Gragas neutralizes this top lane relatively effectively, and you still gain some decent power with that cask and just able to split up the Jinx or the Jace from the rest of his team. And now, I mean, like, Impunity, they've got a good teamfight composition. And for BYG, again, this is exactly what Beyond Gaming want to draft. It's draft for lanes and draft for solo queue hands diff moments. And these are all champions that can really excel in those.
They have been able to do it with some of these. I was actually looking back. I remember the Husha game on the Rek'Sai previous, and it was the one against CFO where they did have that absolute like pop-off level 1 that Kino should have died on, but they ended up turning it into like 2 quick kills after the fact, and it was kind of off to the races, and for CFO it was kind of tilt city. So I don't think you can count on that obviously happening, but I did like the Rek'Sai. It was very much all over the map early on in the game. So there's a lot of opportunity for Husha to get involved here and try to snowball either the Ari or possibly even the Jinx. Up at the top side, I think Liang might have a harder time there against the Gragas, but if you can win 2 out of 3 lanes on Beyond Gaming, you're definitely off to the races.
Yeah, and just a couple of numbers to really show how Beyond Gaming play. Both of these teams are actually the 2 longest game time averages in our league. So they tend to take the game late. But interestingly enough, for Beyond Gaming, they're first when it comes to first blood percentage and also second in first tower percentage. So they are incredibly oppressive during the early game. But the issue is they just don't know what to do during the mid game sometimes, unless if they have overwhelming advantages. That's how these games end up getting stalled out a little bit, to the degree that they are one of the slower teams in our league.
Yeah, It is. It feels counterintuitive, but obviously you explain it like that, it makes perfect sense. The question now then becomes, do Impunity find a way to not necessarily stall them out, but to try and stop them from getting that early aggression and turning it into a big snowball? Because if Minji pops off, it's trouble. If Wako pops off, it's trouble. If Leon pops off, you can probably handle him, but still, like, it's gonna be trying to keep them at bay for a while and get to that point where you have the team fight in your favor. I really think this is going to be a lot on Taco in the early game. He's on his comfort pick. How well can he do to track this Rek'Sai and try to even the odds?
Tracking Rek'Sai will be name of the game, because Husha on this Rek'Sai has the ability to just hard snowball some of these lanes, especially that top side. If Jace gets ahead, yes, Tank Gragas can sort of mitigate it, but you do need a little bit of resources, get those items to really start hitting your stride. And it'll also be interesting to see if this will be Tank Gragas, because while Tank Gragas provides that extra front line, again, it is Tank Rise. So if you have too many tanks too many tanks in the kitchen, you can't fit all those tanks in the kitchen. They're too big.
Oh, your metaphors are flawless, my dude. I think it could be a bit of a mix-up. Who knows? I mean, we also saw Rise that wasn't fully tanky earlier today. Didn't work, but, you know, it's a possibility to do something a little bit different. I would like to see some AP come out of those two champions, possibly. You have a full AD comp apart from them. Yeah, you know, I'm just thinking it's going to be all about, like, hanging on to this early game, not letting Beyond Gaming get their favored snowball. And yeah, the Rek'Sai is obviously a very important thing to keep your eyes on. But we have seen Taco make magic before on Lee Sin, one of the stronger upstart players here, and I think a big part of why Impunity already have a better record than we saw them on in their last iteration in summer of 2021.
Yeah, showing a bit of a better look here is we are going to see some of these rune choices. I do like the Gathering Storm picked up, coming in from Beyond and Wako, saying, hey, we know we're one of the longer scaling teams. Let's take full advantage of that. So we're just going to get the extra scaling runes, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, on the flip side, Impunity, I believe Blaze had the scaling as well, but Quiet going for the Scorch, trying to have a little bit extra lane presence here. Of course, can do that now that he also is running the Comet, so a lot of poke damage here.
Yeah, you can see, ooh, look at that damage he was dishing out. Now Liang could chase him down for a little bit, but
looking for the Q.
Too much of a start. Now down bot, we had the makings of a bit of a contest here as Kino, waiting and baiting, gets that headbutt out onto Faith. As the red buff is started. That's, yeah, Alistair not exactly a kill threat early.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen because Faith also doesn't have any real lockdown at level 1, of course.
He's just a Babby Rise.
But level 1 up top lane is really spicy because you have that ward. That Quiet will get spotted out. This is incredibly punishing. This is why the ward in that top lane is actually really, really important. But if you use your top lane ward for that, then you don't have a ward for the jungle, which is why we see very often you'll have the your jungler or your support walk all the way up there and throw down their ward for you.
Yeah, and Husha, of course, can get all over the map a little bit faster on this Rek'Sai, and we'll see where he does make his first move. Remember the last time he played it against CFO, it was all about that mid lane. Level 1 was a little less flashy this time around, so probably a little bit more of a standard start.
UIG on all their comfort champions, but for the most part, like when you look at this Impunity draft, it feels like a pretty stock standard. And I mean, one of the things from Impunity is, yes, they've been at deficits pretty often. Okay, Faith.
Yeah,
just not gonna get flashed upon.
Just the Burrow Prey Seeker. Faith is able to hold on to it.
Yeah, creates enough distance from his lane positioning that even if Wuxiao does come over the wall, he has enough time to walk close enough to his tower. Even if the flash on Burrow comes through, you'll be close enough to the tower. That shouldn't be an issue.
Good headbutt pull. That is going to be a lot of damage onto Kino, but critically, Wako can still return fire. Really great rocket poke on this 2v2. Here comes Taco.
Taco.
Oh, and Faith. I think,
Taco and
okay,
Faith making
they
his
pinged
way
Mia.
over.
This could be a really good dive if they set it up right.
It is into an Alistar, though.
That's tough. Wako steps up. Oh, Sonic Wave connects. Realizes he can't take it. You don't want to feed double buffs, and yeah, the big cow says no.
Yeah, the big thing is, like, the position of Kino right there means that if he takes his Q, this is why Alistar can be good into Lee Sin in particular, you just instantly headbutt him out as he's traveling in. So that is one of the interactions. Of course, you can also just get pulverized, figuratively and in-game, by the Alistar. So yeah, it does make Lee Sin very difficult to play into this composition.
Ooh, Taco should be able to sniff out the Rek'Sai pretty soon if he spots the taking Krugs. Oh no! He's been had, but Gragas is already backed away, so there's nothing for Husha to grab here. Instead, he just tunnels his way to safety.
Already, we can see that up in the top side, like Liang, with that extra ward pressure, has been able to generate 12 CS lead up top lane.
Yeah, that's
and
huge.
Also burning the early teleport coming in from Quiet. Yes, he's most likely going to... actually, he doesn't even need to burn his own because of how large that wave is going towards Quiet, and it will slowly push back towards him. So he can just kind of walk his way back, save his own teleport, which is going to be key because if you do ever get ganked, teleport is a great tool to bail yourself out of bad lane positions after a gank.
Yeah, no, that's really a great start at the moment, and having the teleport advantage, and obviously with the changes in the season, there's limited things you can do with that, but most likely not going to have a Jace wanting to get down, teleport to the bot lane anyways, to try and make a play, but he has that kind of banked up now that he can use for a little bit later, while the timing is still in his favor. Husha Kino pushing deep into Impunity Jungle, and oh, Taco, he's going to go on the Gromp. I think they see this one. Perfect timing. And it's all about the counter jungle. We talked about Taco tracking Husha, but unfortunately, the shoe was on the other foot.
Yeah, and I mean, Minji hits level 6, so his ability to roam and make plays, not only because of the fact that he had wave priority in that mid lane, but just the ability to catch out Faith if he tries to match that roam timing is just going to be really hampered. So Taco still level 4. That is pretty impactful in that regard because at level 6, of course, that's where your big playmaking potential arises as Lee Sin. And the longer you delay that, the better it is for Beyond Gaming because, again, this is a squad that's very much lane focused. So the longer you can keep this lane phase is going to look better for you. But at the same time, Impunity, this is a squad that, while they face lane deficits, have found very good play making as a team to mitigate some of those lane deficits.
Yeah, they find creative ways to do it. I think that is something we have to give credit to this squad. They've had solid team play. The issue has always come down to, like, some of the individual execution, it seems, and that's where the worry is, right? Because Beyond Gaming, they've kind of got the individual execution in spades, and the opposite problem, where sometimes their teamwork is a little bit scuffed. Interesting kind of clash there of the two teams' strengths and weaknesses. But right now, I mean, you're 7.5 minutes in, you haven't given first blood against a team that is incredibly bloodthirsty. That's a win in of itself. Sure, you're losing a few lanes, but, like, yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah. Name of the game for Impunity is to lose somewhat gracefully. And
here's Taco. Spotted.
Taco will be spotted out. But we now get a little bit of clarity on what kind of build Quiet is going for. It is the Everfrost build, and now Taco going to get cut off.
Blue smited down.
Should
be able to ward hop this. Oh no, yeah, the flash unburrow, and Minji tried to pick that one up, but killed secured. by Husha. Quiet, knocked, bopped, pinball. That's going to be the big barrel as he flashes the wall. But Benji, he wants the kill. Doesn't get the charm, but he does manage to find a deceptive orb. And that's going to be 2 quick picks from Beyond Gaming, turning into a Rift Herald.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Beyond like to do, right? It's get first blood and then turn for Rift Herald, where now you have the ability to just hard snowball a particular lane. I wouldn't even be surprised if they decide to just force the play right away, but given how low Husha is, they'll probably just have him use the empowered recall, get that recall off, and immediately look to throw it down into one of these solo lanes where they can heavily accelerate the game through those.
Husha's actually taking his time about it. He already had dinner, but he wants some Gromp for dessert. But now he'll go ahead and get that empowered recall off. Game resets for just a little bit here, but it is a pretty decent Beyond Gaming lead of about 1,000 and change. Taco does find Scuttle Control down bottom, but I mean, that is quite the small consolation prize. And it seems like Husha's making a beeline for bot lane. Now shifting his attention up through the jungle. I think they want to try and Drake fight.
Looks like they are considering that play. And given the gold lead on some of their members, it could make sense, but remember, this is the better team fight setup team for Impunity.
Okay, they lose the dragon. Immediately get the pick onto Taco, however. So, everybody else from Impunity do back away, but this does open up the opportunity to drop that Herald. Meanwhile, Leong has free plate damage, and he's going to start to snowball his gold lead. This is happening on 2 fronts. Well worth the dragon.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a better team fight when they have all their pieces. That's the key thing. When you get quiet there, yes, it changes just a little bit given the fact that he's not full tank Gragas, and instead is going for the more upfront, hey, let's try and skill check you. Build with the Everfrost. Of course, it has a lot of lockdown in combination with the Leona and the Rise, but at a certain point, it feels like you have already more than enough lockdown. So just get tanky, be a front line. But I suppose we have full tank Rise. I think, yep. But it's hard to tell because he's prioritized getting that lucidity boots.
I mean, look, sometimes you have to buy what you get on the backs that you have, and sometimes all you can afford is a bit of a bargain bin, some garage sale items.
There's no minions, guys. You can't dive.
Yeah. That was unfortunate. A little bit of an extended vacation from mid lane there. It doesn't result in anything for Impunity. And can't even try and take out a blue buff. Hex Flash for Kino. He wants to find Faith. There's the knockup following through. Good pinball. And the Leona ultimate into the Xenoblade doesn't really do anything as Faith gets dropped. Kino, in his own ultimate, is going to be able to hold on for a little while. And Pinway forced to burn his flash just to get away. So is Taco.
Nice attempt to kind of read the situation coming in from the side of Impunity. They bring Pinway, they bring Taco over. They know that a gank is most likely going to happen, but Faith ends up getting caught out. I mean, it was a really nice play coming in from Kino to get the catch, right? You don't really find any issues with that pathing. You just don't expect that Alistar to just pop over the wall like that. And he gets heavily punished, and now I guess they don't get punished that hard because
I think that Rift was going to drop in a second. He took a little while to use it, but that was a bit unlucky, as you might say.
Yeah, that was going to be first brick, but Impunity, well, I don't know if it's Impunity that stopped the charge, but Shelly just didn't want to headbutt.
Look, Shelly's had a long day. It's been rough,
Maybe her head
hard
hurts.
out there. Yeah, sometimes you just need like an ibuprofen, and you just need to
exactly.
relax, okay? That's
Faith is dead again.
You can't be on 100% of the time. Okay, yeah. Whoa. Faith not found. Also, I want to point out 4 kills for Husha in this game. Snowballing ahead on
brawlers,
on some damage on some brawlers. Yeah, Leong is going to get 1v2'd, but he's 1v2ing pretty decently actually, with the level advantage on both Quiet and Taco. And back to the safety of the tower. Oh boy.
Oh, that was with a Gragas ult available, so they actually don't pull the trigger, knowing that Liang still has flash available to him. Now, this is a very low tower, so that's why you see BYG, they don't really care that there aren't going to be minions.
Yeah, and into the Jinx Rocket. Wako going to be able to secure that kill.
Okay,
However,
that's a big shutdown.
Usha does get punished pretty heavily as Ninja has arrived to try and clean things up. Faith gets a lot of objective gold, but they will pay dearly for it. Clean up and the tower. Wako gets excited. Not much else to take on the map at the moment, but a big swing still in favor of Beyond Gaming. 5,500 gold lead.
This is an explosion of gold going into the hands of Beyond Gaming lately. Yes, you get a nice burst of gold into the hands of one of your, I guess, carries, but unfortunately it doesn't get into the hands of Blaze, which is the real problem, right? Because tank rise.
Yeah.
There's only so much snowballing you can do on that champion.
He does show up and basically get like a Q auto, and that takes the kill away. I feel like if I was Blaze, I'd be just a little bit salty about that.
I would be a lot of salty, but that's me personally. And for Impunity, at the least, you get a kill back. But all in all, Faith, that is his one bright moment in this game so far. It's been a lot of not so great moments leading up to that.
Yeah, fair. Unity trying to contest on the Dragon again. Husha just gets booted through his own tunnel. Or rather, boots himself through his own tunnel. But again, this Jace starting to push pretty heavily. I don't think Quiet's really been able to find the answer against him as he goes to the skies again. Still the level advantage.
This is a good
Does
opportunity.
Get pinballed. That was really good there.
Yes.
But Quiet is going to get knocked away. Oh, into the flash dash, and oh, what an outplay. That was sweet.
Spam the emotes, brother. That was a really, really nice pick off. Really punishing the hubris coming in from Liang in that moment, because he does overextend and go for a very bold trade when Gragas is by his tower. And anytime a Gragas is by his tower, he can instantly turn the tables on you. Like, even tank Gragas will just own you in that moment. But that's also the other thing. Tank Gragas probably still gets that kill. So
yeah. Could have been
Tank Gragas.
Yeah. I can't believe it's not Tank Gragas. But after that play, a really good outplay on the top side does spend Leong's teleport to get back into this one. Beyond do still get an edge out of it because they grab a Mountain Dragon. We will have an Inferno Rift this game and another Rift Herald. I would like to see this Rift Herald used a little more effectively. It does seem like the coordination in how to make the objective plays, that's where we're seeing some of these weaknesses from Beyond Gaming shine through.
Yeah. At the very least, though, I don't think that last play was really their fault. It was just Shelly just didn't want to.
It's a bit unlucky. Yeah,
that was very unlucky.
Sometimes Shelly doesn't want to play. I mean,
she's a little bit moody.
If your job is to hit big stone structures all day, which does do damage to you, it is a brutal job. You're gonna have a hard time. Exactly. I think she deserves a break. I think she should get at least a couple of days off a year. You know, it's not too much to ask.
Deserves a break? You mean Kit Kat?
Yeah, well, I mean, sure. I'm sure she'd love a Kit Kat. Who doesn't love a Kit Kat?
That is true.
How many flavors have you had of them, by the way? Because they, especially in Japan, they make so many ridiculous flavors of Kit Kat. It's incredible.
I
had
love
a
the
matcha one. Yeah.
I
matcha
love
so good.
the matcha one. But you know what? Impunity don't love shock blast to the face.
No, they don't. That's why Quiet spent everything to get that kill. That was awesome, by the way. His flash dash was that was perfectly timed. You can't see the windup.
Yep. Really good mechanics there.
Okay, and there's a shock blast to the face. Okay, Shelly, you're on for round 2. You had a little bit of a break, but this time charging forward, and they should be able to clean tower off this one. And in goes Kino! What a beautiful engage on the Alistar. Do they have the damage? A great Featherstorm Blade Caller coming out of Blaze. Maybe they can. Husha's already down. There goes Kino. Look at Taco around the side of the fight. Trying to get out. On the Realm Warp, he goes in. Faith finds one, and into stasis he goes. Is this going to be the cleanup? Oh my goodness! They get the ace!
Impunity! Ooh, a little spicy there.
Okay, and the only downside is there's no Baron to take, but wowzers, that was not what I was expecting. And Impunity will earn some objectives. This buys them some breathing space. And you talked about the team fight, Nightstar. You talked about when they're all there. Well, how about them apples?
Yeah, we have to see what happens to Husha here, because Taco just blasts Husha. The fight starts out, and we see Taco to say, hey, let me 1v1 you, brother. And he just gives him a kick to the face, kills him before the ult comes through. And on the flip side, like, this is a pretty tanky team, and remember, the side of Beyond Gaming, because you have a Jace, you're very much oriented about setting up the fight rather than instantly going for the fight. You hit a couple shock blasts, soften up those targets, get them in range for that juicy reset coming in from both the Ahri and the Jinx, and then you go. But, you know, they kind of softened up just a little bit, but the all-in seemed a little bit too eager coming in from Kino.
I think so, and this is where we've seen a few issues. I mean, Kino does like to go for the big engage, but his team didn't really have all the sync to make it work. Husha gets taken out unexpectedly early on, and that was what it was. I like how Faith just goes right in, knowing full well he's going to step on a chomper, and that's perfectly fine. He can still just overload his spells when he's rooted. That's okay. And we are going to see it again.
And this is why in the mid-game, Tank Rise feels so oppressive, right? Because on just those two items, he feels really annoying to deal with because there's just such a large health pool. But it's really, you know, at 3 items, he is still pretty strong because you get the Frozen Heart, and if he gets onto you, you really don't have a whole lot of recourse. But at 4 and 5, that's when things feel like it turns. So when you need to keep track of that in this game, Quiet will be able to help out in some of that magic damage burden at the very least. He himself has a Zhonya's Hourglass, so he's in perfect prime position to team fight, able to engage really aggressively and still stall things out by using that Hourglass to buy time.
Yeah, it's starting to be a pretty decent spike. Obviously, this Dragon, you'd like to take this if you are Impunity, but I don't think they feel like they want to get into another 5v5 just yet. Waiting on the Fimbulwinter to complete as well. They do have inside track on mid for a little extra gold game. Zoning them off. Really nicely played, but they're not going to finish the job just yet. Okay.
They're stuck in the choke.
Minji. They do have the one root, and Featherstorm's going to come out a little early. Oh, no! The Blast Zone Betrayal!
Who did that?
What was that? Oh, dear. And he fails the flash, too. And Blaze is left for dead. What a betrayal.
I don't know what to say.
You know, sometimes you see brilliant moves, and sometimes you see that. That's going to be a Baron trade now for this inner tower being finished. I feel like we'll get a replay, but I really wish we could just run some yakety sacks over it.
Can we censor the blast cone?
How? You see everyone go in different directions. Everyone knows what happened, Nightstar. No one's happy about it, but still.
They all walked in different directions. They decided on their own, Pyra. There's no blast cone.
Okay,
no
let's
weird
watch this
yakety
again.
sacks. I bet Taco
okay.
did.
Nope. It was quiet. A betrayer.
And then Blaze,
Fail
he
flashes.
flashes into wall. But then if he didn't stop walking, he could have also made it to that portal, I think. It would have been very tight.
Oh. Okay. Taco almost gets caught. No, he does get caught. Never mind. Charmed by the Ahri. Ninji is going to claim another kill, and Beyond right back on the board here with the 5,000 gold advantage. And oh boy, the Impunity, kind of their own worst enemies in the last couple of minutes, and this
that was a
not
case
be locked
of
on
the
playoffs.
turntables.
Yeah. Well, yeah, more of a record scratch moment, but anyway, caught under the Jinx, snap traps, and into the perfect timing on the rocket. Beautiful play there from Wako. Blaze even taken almost down to 0. The flash, the rock. Oh, forced out the Feather Storm. It's going to be enough. Husha can just jump on his face. I think this might be.
I think this game.
They're timing it. This could be game. Yeah. Yeah. We're going home soon. All right. Fight throws out the party barrel.
All right, finds one. Maybe
Something.
they don't just end off of it, because Kino also doesn't have his ultimate, so they can't dive towers.
No, but they can
anymore.
get 2 hits, so that's still pretty good.
They essentially burn down the entire base. So for Impunity, they have their moments of brilliance when it comes to some macro decision making, but when you have 2 waves of supers coming in, it means that you're stuck in base, so you don't get to play macro anymore.
Yeah, I think for Impunity it is definitely time to turtle a little bit, time to reflect on a couple of mistakes that cost.
They've been put in essentially in the timeout corner, Pyra.
Yes, but once those inhibitors are back up, you better watch. I think this team has shown some brilliance.
They're allowed
it's
to.
just not in those moments, unfortunately. That was, God. You know how we get like a top 5 plays of the week? That is a top 5 derps of the week.
Yeah,
you can't do that. Oh, Minji. Okay.
Interesting pathing.
Yeah.
Taco, that pathing is a bit inexcusable. Ari also has priority over all dashes in the game, unless if you're unstoppable during your dash. So you will get interrupted. They changed that because it didn't used to do that, and enough people complained about it. So now it just
oh no!
Betrayal! Is this betrayal?
What is the blast cone in this game? That is going to be still enough for them to clean up 1 for 1.
Just too far
Maybe
ahead?
they just wanted to make it spicy here, Nightstar. The counter engaged Impunity. No, they gotta
it's
go.
close.
Or they're gonna go. Husha gets
It's
the kill out on the
close.
face, but this is still a 3v2 right now. But critically, Wako
can't
is the one
contest
up
Wako.
there. Quiet has to run out of his own base. Pinway and Blaze taken down
Pinway's not
to
tanky.
almost nothing. And if they can just end off this one, it would be some Wako 2-stepping, but they're not going to do it. Settling for just the Nexus turret. Oh, what a unnecessarily close fight.
Oh man, I think for playoffs, Beyond Gaming just have to go ahead and ban Inferno Rift.
But, yeah, what is this? What is this happening?
Husha! Husha!
Husha?
Husha!
Oh no! Yeah, what? He's trolling. He's got to be trolling.
Husha.
Brother, you know, I think he saw what Quiet did and was like, you know what? I'm gonna make you feel a little better. We both get one, and they still like get a Nexus turret out of this, but.
I mean, it stalls the game out.
Yeah, they're doing it to themselves now. Beyond Gaming, they want to keep their game time high. They want to get. They want
This
to get
time,
hustle.
it's a correctly used blast cone.
Yeah, there you go.
But there's a point.
Quiet. Oh no. Yeah, he's caught between everybody.
Hourglass?
He does have a big
No one
barrel,
there to
but
catch
he's
up to.
got involved. No point in even using the ultimate. Didn't have flash. Ouch.
Yeah. Well, now Beyond Gaming have an opportunity to try and end the game because Impunity, the catch potential is a lot harder unless Taco finds some sort of deep flank, but at the very least, Kino's running relatively good interference, and now they have vision of where Taco is, so it's very hard now to get a pick onto Wako, especially when they have so many tools to stop the Lee Sin, right? Again, we mentioned Alistar, but also the Unburrow coming in from Husha and the Charm interrupt from Minji. So this is very difficult for them to play.
Yeah, last inhibitor going to be taken down. They used Jinx ultimate just to zone plays away. One Nexus turret is all that remains. Impunity. They needed to lock this game up to lock a playoff spot. They still, of course, seem like a likely in, but it's going to be up in the air for a little while here. And Beyond Gaming, huge for them to get the W because it helps them to secure their playoff position. You want to try and earn that 3rd seed so you don't have to face off against one of the stronger teams. Goodbye, Binway! Wako's going to come up with the kill credit for it. Taco may be locking up Husha, but unfortunately, his team is getting locked up and taken down to 0. The kill onto Husha comes through. Wako taken low. It's not over yet here, Nightstar. They're still fighting, and Taco sustaining finally goes down.
Can they just kill Wako?
Beyond are done playing.
I don't think they
Hi, Blaze. All right, that's GG. 28 minutes on the clock. Beyond Gaming will get themselves another W, having a little bit of fun with their food here, but that is going to be GG.
All right. We had a bit of extracurriculars going on
today
by Beyond Gaming in that, and certainly some from Impunity. Man, I don't like, if I'm Impunity's coach, I am so sad because it's so hard to review the game after that blast cone moment.
Yeah,
Because-
that was a boom cone.
Yeah, the morale must have just plummeted after that play. And then at that point, you're also at a gold deficit that just ballooned out of control too. So a lot of things in and out of game just instantly go south.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate when like one mistake can change all of that. They were already in a rough situation, but they had shown the ability to fight. You know, let's not forget they had taken an ace not long before then. But you're right, how the turntables, and it was just kind of. I mean, Clement would call it a head scratcher, but like I think I'd be scratching all my hair off at that point. That was really just such a unfortunate moment that cost an incredible amount of gold to just balloon, and it made Beyond Gaming's game plan so much easier to execute. So for Impunity, I mean, you can go back to the drawing board, but you're right. Like, what do you review? It's just like don't do that. No blast cone for you. It's such a small thing, but it means everything.
Yeah. Again, this is a team that we look at their macro, we look at how they move around the map, and we see some positive things in that regard. But then you get these really strange small decisions like pathing, taking shortcuts in your pathing, or just small mistakes like hitting a blast cone when everyone's not ready.
Yeah,
and the amount of pay, like, it's ridiculous how hard they get punished on these small blunders.
That's the big thing, right? And I think it's because it happens against these teams that really know how to take advantage at a moment's notice. I mean, Beyond, for all their trouble closing games, when teams serve them up mistakes like that, they smell blood and go in very quickly. Like, when it comes to an individual level, they all know to go in there as fast as they possibly can. Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why this team is still a very big threat. But on the Beyond Gaming side, I would like to see some cleaner play from them. They might have been having a little bit of fun at the end there, but all the same, this is a team well on its way to trying to lock up that third place spot, which is not easy to do in the current crop that we have at that top half of the table.
Yeah, and at the very least, it does look like they are discovering their own style, and that is literally pick comfort champions and literally play for lane, and we'll just cop up things together. You know, we're putting a jambalaya, and hopefully it tastes good.
Hey, you know, if it works for you and it's not hard to mess up, you might as well keep going for it. The issue is if that gets sniffed out by other teams, the stronger teams in the league can try and pick them apart. But for the time being, in the regular split, it is working for Megabank Beyond Gaming as they do get another win on the board and start to put some separation out for themselves as they try to climb up the standings. I believe they did tie up with CFO after this, and it's so close in that top 5, Nightstar. Critically, though, Beyond Gaming still have to rematch PSG Talon. They were the only team to beat them until today.
Yeah, and when we look at the standings, it is only 13 wins for the side of PSG. I think they could have possibly locked in one of the top 2 spots if they had won, but they do come short, and Wako will get the MVP because he didn't hit the blast plant.
Yes, he didn't. He wins the most.
It was Husha.
Most aware mechanics. Yes.
He booted Liang into the team.
Yes. They did decide to go. Like, I kind of felt like they were like, all right, Liang, you're gonna be bait. But yeah, Wako was cleaning up. He popped. He
was
well
the accelerated shock blast.
Yeah. Yeah. Very shocking.
You haven't landed any? Well, in you go.
choosing to punish your teammate. I mean, it does happen sometimes in League of Legends. You can get the big betrayal, but yeah, Wako did really well on this Jinx, and there's a reason he gets this champion often enough to make the big difference. I do think with 1 week left to play in the regular split, he has absolutely stepped well into Doggo's shoes. He doesn't have the same, like, absolutely explosive potential, but he doesn't need to, right? This is a team that can use a reliable AD carry. Kino pairs with him very well. I'm excited to see what this squad can do, and ooh, man, that is week 5 done and dusted, and some interesting results, Nightstar. Some really interesting stuff coming out of it, and I have to say, no matter what shenaniganery occurred in all of our games today, they were exciting, they were interesting. Sometimes they were a bit more interesting, but it was pretty good. And here they are, CFO knocking off PSG Talon, silencing the doubters, and just finding a very, very important win. J-Team, of course, beating Sem9. Meta Falcon Team taking down Frankie Sports to tie in the mid of the standings. BCG, of course, over Hurricane, and then Beyond Gaming lock up that win against Impunity.
Yeah, and the most important win was the CFO victory, because that means that first slot is still very much up for grabs here for really everyone in that top 5. Only 3 games left, so PSG Talent, if they win one more, they lock themselves into a top 3 position. But for Flying Oysters and Beyond Gaming, you can still get a bye from this spot, and that is really, really critical here.
Top 5 is absolutely stacked right now, and I think this is the difference between this year's PCS and some in years prior where it has been a little more top-heavy. You definitely want to get a top 3, because if you don't get the playoff bye, at the very least, you know you'll be facing off most likely against either a Frankie Sports or Meta Falcon Team squad in 6th place, and that is significantly more favorable than anybody else in the top 5, because yeah, there's a divide there. Like, that's not a knock on Frank or MFT. They're good teams, but the teams in top half are scary.
Yeah, and the other big difference from previous years is that it feels like any of these 5s, if they hit a hot streak, can just go ahead and run away with the title. So it feels a lot different from previous splits where it was like, you know, really just PSG Talent, but there's a chance the 2nd place team could get it, maybe the 3rd, but you're never really looking at 4th and below, even though they are clearly better than the lower half of the standings.
Yeah, I think this year it's so hyped to see 5 teams that really could all contend, in all honesty. PSG still looking like the favorite, but so many others. Let's take a look at our matches upcoming for next week. We are going to open up with J-Team versus Hurricane Gaming. MFT look to try their luck against a revived and revitalized Flying Oyster. BCG take on Frank, Beyond Gaming against Sem9, and PSG will face off against Impunity to close us out. Some clear favorites in those games, but we have seen some surprises already, so who knows?
Yes, definitely clear favorites all around, as it is the top half of the standings versus the bottom half on day 1. So, expected results? Sure, but if any of those expected results don't go as expected, all of a sudden things are in really big turmoil.
Oh yeah, we start to get some really interesting scenarios. We could be in for some fun tie breaks, Nightstar, but it has been an absolute banger of a day, and it has been so fun. So, on behalf of myself, Nightstar, Harry Live, the whole PCS broadcast team, thank you so much for watching. We will see you next week as we close out the regular spring split.